You are running on a pathetic fraction of your potential, completely blind to the volcanic ocean of cosmic energy dormant within your very cells. I tell you, stop trying to raise your energy through childish efforts. You cannot force a river to flow. You can only dissolve the dams that block it. Your modern science speaks of changing external reality, but I speak of the living consciousness that can recode those very atoms from within. This forgotten ancient ritual is not a technique to achieve something tomorrow. It is a violent explosion of awareness that shatters your limited illusion right now. Do not seek to manipulate the world, realign with the source, and watch the entire cosmos rearrange itself around your new vibration. Hello, my beloved friends, and welcome to this space where we gather not to collect more dead knowledge, but to uncover the living reality that is already vibrating within your very cells. If you are here, it is not an accident. Your presence here shows a deep, hidden thirst, a longing to look beyond the surface of this mundane existence and find that which is eternal, that which can truly multiply your energy level and literally recode your atoms. Before we enter into the deep waters of this ancient forgotten ritual, take a moment to settle down, to relax your body, and to tune your heart to this presence. If you feel a resonance with what is happening here, consider subscribing to this channel, leaving a thoughtful comment about your own inner search, and sharing this video with those who are ready to wake up. Your support through our join feature or a super thanks goes directly towards maintaining this oasis of consciousness and making these esoteric teachings available to more searching souls around the world. Our deep ebooks are also available to help you stabilize these inner transformations in your daily life. The world of Tantra, specifically the world of the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, is not intellectual, it is not philosophical. Doctrine is completely meaningless to it. It is concerned with method, with technique, not with principles at all. The very word Tantra means technique, the method, the path. So it is not a philosophy, and this is the first thing you must understand deeply. It is not concerned with intellectual problems and inquiries. It is not concerned with the why of things. It is concerned with how. It does not ask what is truth, but how the truth can be attained. Tantra is pure science. Science is never concerned with why, science is always concerned with how. That is the basic difference between philosophy and science. Philosophy asks why this existence exists, while science asks how this existence functions. The moment you ask the question how method and technique become supremely important, theories become completely meaningless and experience becomes the very center of your reality. Because Tantra is science, it is not something you can just understand with your intellect. To understand philosophy is very easy because only your head is required. If you can understand the language, if you can understand the concepts, you can understand philosophy. You need not change. You require no inner transformation. As you are right now, in all your confusion and ignorance, you can understand philosophy, but you cannot understand Tantra that way. For Tantra, you will need a radical change, a deep mutation. Unless you are different, Tantra cannot be understood. Because Tantra is not an intellectual proposition, it is a direct experience. Unless you are receptive, ready, completely vulnerable to the experience, it is not going to come to you. Philosophy is concerned only with a fragment of you, with the mind. Your head is enough, your totality is not required. But Tantra needs you in your totality. It is a much deeper challenge, a challenge that requires you to be in it wholly, entirely, with your body, your mind, your heart, your soul. A different approach, a different attitude, a totally different mind to receive it is required. Because of this, Devi, the consort of Shiva, is asking apparently philosophical questions at the beginning of this treatise. Tantra starts with Devi's questions. All her questions can be tackled philosophically by the mind. But Shiva is not going to answer them that way. It is better to realize this from the very beginning. Otherwise, you will be deeply puzzled because Shiva does not answer a single question directly. All the questions that Devi asks, Shiva seems to ignore on the intellectual plane, and still he answers them. Really, only he has answered them and no one else. But he answers them on altogether a different plane. Devi asks, "What is your reality, my Lord? What is this wonder-filled universe? What constitutes the seed of all existence? Who centers the universal wheel? What is this life beyond form pervading all forms? And how may we enter it fully above space and time, names and descriptions?" She says, "Let my doubts be cleared." And Shiva does not give a definition of his reality. He does not explain who he is. On the contrary, he immediately gives a technique. He says, "Do this and you will know." For Tantra, doing is knowing, and there is no other knowing. Unless you do something, unless you change your perspective, unless you move in an altogether different dimension than the intellect, there is no real answer for you. Answers can be given by the mind, but all those answers are lies. All philosophies are beautiful lies. You ask a question, and a philosophy gives you a beautiful, logically structured answer. It satisfies you or it does not satisfy you. If it satisfies your intellect, you become a convert to that particular philosophy, but you remain exactly the same person. If it does not satisfy you, you go on searching for some other philosophy to be converted to. But in either case, you remain untouched at your core. You are not changed at all. Whether you are a Hindu, a Mohammedan, a Christian, or a Buddhist, it makes no difference. The real person behind the facade of your religion is exactly the same. Only the words differ, only the outer clothes differ. The man who goes to the church and the man who goes to the temple or the mosque is the same unconscious man. Only the masks differ, and those masks are false. Behind the masks, you will find the same anger, the same aggression, the same violence, the same greed, the same lust, everything completely the same. Is Christian violence any different from Hindu violence? Is Mohammedan sexuality any different from Buddhist sexuality? It is exactly the same. The reality remains the same, only the clothes are different. Tantra is not concerned with your clothes. Tantra is concerned with you, with the essential you. If you ask an intellectual question, it simply shows where you are. It shows that wherever you are blind. And because you are blind, you cannot see. That is why there is the question. A blind man asks, "What is light?" And philosophy will start giving great definitions of light, describing its physics, its optics, its wavelengths. But Tantra knows only this. If a man is asking what is light, it shows only that he is blind. Tantra will not give a definition of light. Tantra will start operating on the man's eyes, changing his vision, removing the cataracts so that he can see for himself. Tantra will not say what light is. It will show you how to attain insight, how to attain seeing, how to attain vision. When the vision is there, the answer will be there. Tantra will never give you the answer. It will always give you the technique to attain the answer. If you say something about light to a blind man, that is purely intellectual. But if the blind man himself becomes capable of seeing, that is existential. This is what I mean when I say that Tantra is existential. It requires a dialogue that is born out of love. All the Tantra treatises are dialogues between Shiva and Devi. Devi questions and Shiva answers. Why this specific method? Why this structure? It is tremendously significant. It is not a dialogue between a teacher and a student. It is not a debate between two scholars. It is a dialogue between two lovers. Tantra signifies through this structure a very meaningful thing, that the deeper teachings of life cannot be given unless there is deep love between the disciple and the master. The disciple and the master must become deep lovers. Only then can the higher, the beyond, be expressed. It is a language of love. The disciple must be in an attitude of absolute love and total surrender. A disciple moves as receptivity. So the disciple needs to be in a feminine receptivity. Only then is the transmission of truth possible. You need not be a woman physically to be a disciple, but you need to have a feminine attitude of receptivity. When Devi asks, it means the feminine attitude asks. Why this great emphasis on the feminine attitude? Man and woman are not only physically different, they are psychologically different. Sex is not only a difference in the physical body, it is a difference in psychologies also. A feminine mind means receptivity, total receptivity, absolute surrender, pure love. A disciple needs a feminine psychology, otherwise he will remain closed. You can ask a question, but if you are not open, then you cannot be answered. You can ask and still remain closed behind your armor, and then the answer cannot penetrate you. Your doors are shut. You are spiritually dead. A feminine receptivity means a womb-like receptivity in your innermost depth, so that you can receive the seed of truth. And not only receive it, because a woman does not just receive something. The moment she receives it, it becomes an organic part of her body. A child is received, a woman conceives, and the moment there is conception, the child becomes part of the feminine being. It is no longer alien, it is no longer foreign, it has been completely absorbed. Now the child will live not as something added to the mother, but just as the mother herself. And the child is not only received, the feminine body becomes creative and the child begins to grow. A disciple needs exactly this womb-like receptivity. Whatsoever is received from the Master is not to be gathered as dead information, as memory, as a library in the head. It must grow within you. It must become your blood and bones and marrow, It must become part of your very existence. This inner growth will change you, will transform you, will recreate you. That is why Tantra uses this beautiful device of a love dialogue. Modern psychology, specifically depth psychology, has recently discovered that man is both man and woman. No one is just male and no one is just female. Everyone is bisexual. Both sexes are present within your system. This is a very recent research in the West, but for Tantra, this has been one of the most basic, foundational concepts for thousands of years. In India, we have sculptured and painted Shiva as Ardhanarishwar, half man and half woman. There is no other concept like it in the whole history of human consciousness. Shiva is depicted as being half male and half female. Devi is not just a consort living outside him. She is Shiva's other half within his own being. And unless a disciple becomes the other half of the master, it is impossible to convey the esoteric methods, the hidden paths of bioenergy. When you become one with the master, totally one, deeply one, then all arguments, all logic, all reasons simply fall away. One simply absorbs, one becomes a womb, and then the teaching begins to grow within you and multiplies your energy level, recoding your very atoms. This is why Tantra is written in the language of love. You must understand the difference between logical language and love language. Logical language is always aggressive, argumentative, violent. If I use logical language with you, I am being aggressive upon your mind. I am trying to convince you, to convert you, to defeat you intellectually, to make a puppet of your reason. My argument implies that I am right and you are wrong. Logical language is intensely egocentric. It says, I am right and you are wrong, so I must prove my superiority. In logic, I am not concerned with you at all. I am concerned only with my own ego. My ego must always be right. But love language is totally different. In love language, I am not concerned with my ego at all. I am concerned only with you. I am not concerned to prove something, to strengthen my position. I am concerned to help you. It is pure compassion to help you to grow, to help you to transform, to help you to be reborn. Logic will always remain intellectual, conceptual, linguistic. Arguments will be significant. But with love language, what is said is not so significant. Rather, the way it is said is everything. The container, the word, is completely irrelevant. The content, the message, the energy behind the word is what matters. It is a heart to heart talk, not a mind to mind discussion. It is not a debate, it is a communion, a deep sharing of being. In this space, Devi is sitting in the lap of Shiva and asking her deepest questions, and Shiva answers her. It is a love dialogue where there is no conflict, no defense, as if Shiva is speaking to his own self. Why this immense emphasis on love language? Because if you are in love with your master, the whole gestalt of your reality changes completely. Then you are not just hearing his words, you are drinking his presence. Then words become transparent, and the silence between the words becomes infinitely more significant. What he is saying may be meaningful, or it may not be meaningful on the intellectual plane, but it is his eyes, his gestures, his compassion, his total love that penetrates you. If you encounter a master with a closed mind, with a questioning, skeptical intellect, he cannot answer you in this way. First, your closeness has to be shattered. First, he will have to be aggressive. He will have to use a sledgehammer on your head. Your prejudices, your preconceptions, your borrowed knowledge have to be utterly destroyed. Unless you are cleared completely of your past, nothing new can be given to you. But this is not so with Devi. With Devi, there is no past, no resistance, no armor. Remember, when you are deeply in love, your mind ceases to be. There is no past and there is no future. Only the present moment becomes your entire reality. When you are in love, the now is all. There is no defense, nothing to be cleared, nothing to be destroyed. The ground is ready, completely fertile, welcoming, receptive, asking to be impregnated by the seed of truth. All the sayings that we are going to discuss from the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra will be telegraphic. They are just sutras, small formulas, but each sutra, each telegraphic message given by Shiva is worth a Veda, worth a Bible, worth a Quran. Each single sentence can become the foundation of a great scripture. Scriptures are logical because they have to propose, defend, and argue. But here there is no argument, just simple, beautiful statements of love. The very words Vigyan Bhairav Tantra mean the technique of going beyond consciousness. Vigyan means consciousness. Bhairav means the state which is beyond consciousness. And Tantra means the method. It is the method of going beyond all dualities, beyond consciousness itself. This is the supreme doctrine without any doctrine. Ordinarily, we are unconscious. We are sleepwalkers living in a deep hypnosis. So, all religious teachings are concerned with how to create more consciousness, how to become aware, alert, attentive. Krishnamurti, Zen, Yoga, they are all concerned with how to bring you from unconsciousness to consciousness. But Tantra says that this is still a duality. Unconscious and conscious are two poles of the same energy. If you move from unconsciousness to consciousness, you are simply moving from one duality to another. Tantra says, move beyond both. Unless you move beyond both, you can never reach the ultimate, the absolute. Be neither the unconscious nor the conscious. Just go beyond, just be. This is going beyond all teachings, beyond all methods. Bhairava is a specific term for one who has gone beyond all dualities, where the distinctions of day and night, life and death, good and bad have utterly vanished. In our human experience, only love can give a small glimpse of this state. That is why love becomes the very basic device in Tantra to impart wisdom. In our experience, only love is something that transcends duality for a moment. When two persons are deeply in love, the deeper they move into it, the less they are two, and the more they become one. A point comes, a peak is reached, where apparently they are two bodies, but inwardly they are one energy, one pulsating life. The duality is temporarily transcended. Only in this sense does the Christian saying that God is love become meaningful. It does not mean that God is loving like a father. That is a very childish interpretation. God is love is a tantric statement. It means love is the only reality in our human experience which reaches nearest to the divine, because in love oneness is felt. That is why there is so much hankering after sex in the world. The real hankering is not for sex. The real hankering is for oneness, for non-duality. But that oneness cannot be attained sexually, because sex is a physical phenomenon. In sex, two bodies have only a deceptive, momentary feeling of becoming one, but they remain separate. For a single split second, two bodies forget their boundaries in each other, and a certain physical oneness is felt, a relief from the ego. This hankering is not bad, but to stop at it is dangerous. This hankering shows a much deeper urge to feel cosmic oneness. In love, on a higher plane, the inner energy moves, merges into the other, and there is a deep feeling of oneness. Duality dissolves. Only in this non-dual love can we have a glimpse of what the state of a Bhairava is. The state of a Bhairava is absolute love with no falling back. It is remaining on the peak forever. It is making the peak your very abode. We have made Shiva's abode on Mount Kailash. This is simply symbolic. Kailash is the highest peak, the holiest peak, covered with virgin snow. We have made it Shiva's abode. You can go there as a pilgrim, but you will have to come down. You cannot live there. It cannot be your home. You can touch the highest peak for a single moment, and then you have to return to the valley. In love, this holy pilgrimage happens momentarily, but not for all, because almost no one moves beyond sex. We go on living in the dark, crowded valley of our lust. Sometimes someone moves to the peak of love, but then he falls back because it is so dizzying, so high, and it is so difficult to live there without a completely restructured consciousness. Those who have loved know how difficult it is to remain constantly in love. One falls back into the coldness of ordinary life again and again. But Shiva lives on the peak. It is his home. A Bhairava lives in love. That is his natural style of being. And when love becomes your home, you are no longer even aware of love. Because if you live on Kailash, you don't go on saying, this is Kailash, this is a peak. The peak has become your plane. Shiva is not aware of love because he is love. We are aware of love only because we live in non-love, in conflict, in hate. Because of the contrast, we feel love. But a Bhairava is love itself. How to make this highest peak possible for yourself? This peak which is beyond duality, beyond unconsciousness, beyond consciousness, beyond the body and beyond the soul, beyond the world and beyond the so-called liberation. How to reach this ultimate home? The technique is Tantra. But Tantra is pure technique. So it is going to be difficult for your logical mind to understand. Let us understand the questions that Devi is asking, because her questions are your questions. She asks, O Shiva, what is your reality? Why this question from a consort who lives with him? Devi is in deep love. When you are in deep love, for the first time you encounter the inner reality of the beloved. Then the beloved is no longer just a form, no longer just a physical body. When you are in love, the body of the beloved falls away, dissolves, and the formless is revealed through them. You find yourself facing an absolute abyss. That is why people are so afraid of love. We can face a body, we can face a face, we can face a defined form, but we are terrified of facing a bottomless abyss. If you love someone deeply, their body is bound to disappear from your vision in moments of intimacy. In those climactic moments, the form dissolves, and through the beloved, you enter the formless universe. That is why love feels like death. It is falling into a bottomless abyss where your ego cannot survive. So, Devi's question is not out of simple curiosity. She has fallen in love with Shiva's form because things always start that way on the physical plane. But now, when her love has matured, when her love has flowered into total intimacy, this man Shiva has disappeared. He has become formless, a luminous presence. He is to be found nowhere as a limited body. So she asks in total wonder, O Shiva, what is your reality? Who are you? The form has completely vanished. Hence the question. In love, you enter the other as himself, and for the first time, you encounter a formless presence. That is why, for centuries in India, we were not making any statues or pictures of Shiva. We were only making Shivalinga, the lingam symbol. The Shivalinga is not an anatomical representation. It is just a formless form, a luminous aura of light. When you love someone deeply, they become just a radiant presence, a field of divine energy. Devi asks, what is this wonder-filled universe? We think we know the universe, but we never know it as wonder-filled. Scientists know it as a mechanism, technicians know it as a utility, ordinary people know it as a routine marketplace. Only children know it as a wonder-filled reality, or lovers, or poets, or madmen. We do not know that the universe is full of wonder because everything has become repetitive, routine, flat prose. It does not create a song in your heart. It does not provoke a dance in your feet. It does not give birth to poetry within your being. The whole universe looks mechanical, dead, but children look at it with wonder-filled eyes. When your eyes are filled with wonder, the universe becomes wonder-filled. When you fall in love, you become like a child again. Your eyes are washed clean of all dust, of all knowledge, of all past experiences. Jesus says, unless you become like a child, you cannot enter my kingdom of God. Why? Because if the universe is not a deep mystery to you, you can never be religious. If everything can be explained by logic and science, then your approach is profane. The universe becomes a sacred mystery only when your eyes are unfocused, loose, natural, and filled with wonder. Devi says, what is this wonder-filled universe? Suddenly her question jumps from the personal to the impersonal. First she asks, what is your reality? And then immediately, what is this wonder-filled universe? When the form of the beloved disappears, the beloved becomes the universe itself. The individual merges into the infinite. Suddenly, Devi realizes that she is not just asking a question about a man named Shiva. She is asking a question about the whole cosmic reality. Shiva has become the whole universe for her. All the stars are moving within him. The whole firmament is surrounded by him. He has become the great encompassing reality. If you want to multiply your energy level and record your atoms, you must enter into this world of love where the boundaries of your small ego dissolve completely. If you remain a separate island, you remain weak, dry, exhausted, a black hole. But if you allow yourself to melt into the other, you open the doors to the infinite cosmic energy. You become a hollow bamboo, and the divine starts singing through you. To help this energy move within, to help the golden flower to bud and open, you must redouble your efforts in awareness, but in a very relaxed, comfortable manner. Do not force anything. Do not take too much trouble with the right procedure. Just remain in the middle, keeping equal distance between being and non-being. If you can find that neutral gear within your breathing, between the incoming and the outgoing breath, you will touch the energy-less, energy-filled center of your being. This is the supreme magic of Tantra. It requires no belief, no church, no dogma. It requires only your total presence, your total love, your willingness to become nobody. If you are ready to drop your masks, to drop your personality, and to enter into your naked essence, then this very moment the miracle can happen. The treasure is already inside your house. You just have to dig a little bit to remove the earth of your conditioning. Let the light circulate within your being. Let your man and your woman meet inside you, and let the golden flower bloom in all its glory. I am here to help you to turn the key, to show you the way. But the walking has to be done by you. Be courageous, be rebellious, and enter into this ultimate adventure of consciousness. The alchemical transformation that can happen within your consciousness is entirely dependent on this transition from a frozen state of being to a totally fluid flow. You must realize that as you are right now, you are not a river, you are very much like a block of ice. There is no real movement in your inner world. Everything has become stagnant, rigid, cold, and solid. The body is perfectly flowing in its own biological way, and the soul is eternally a part of the infinite ocean. But between the two, The link that we call the mind has become completely frozen. It has become a non-flowing rock, a heavy barrier that keeps you from experiencing your true home. When the mind goes deeper into meditation, it simply starts melting. That is the entire purpose of all the methodologies that have been developed down the ages. It is an intense effort to melt the ice of the mind so that the river of your being can start flowing toward the cosmic ocean. If you are a river, there is no need to push it. A river naturally finds its way to the sea because it is already in a state of flow. And to be in a state of flow is to be oceanic. But man is not flowing. Hence, the inner urge, the deep anxiety, the constant feeling that something is missing. The ice within you wants to melt, it longs to become water, but it is terrified of losing its solid shape, its defined boundaries, its secure structure. The ego is nothing but this frozen ice of the mind. It clings to its definition, it clings to its name, its fame, its past, its knowledge. It is afraid that if it melts, it will disappear into the vastness. It will lose its identity. It does not know that by losing its limited identity, it gains the unlimited identity of the whole universe. If you feel this deep inner trembling as your mind begins to face the possibility of melting, take it as a highly favorable sign. It shows that you are nearing the edge of an immense transformation. If you want to support this work and dive deeper into these esoteric secrets, remember that you are always welcome to connect with our spiritual family by using the join feature or leaving a super thanks. This directly supports the expansion of this work, allowing us to keep this flame of awareness burning bright. Our collection of deep e-books is also available to help you navigate these shifting currents of your inner world, providing a clear map for the journey ahead. If you find your heart responding to these words, do leave a comment sharing your own experience of this inner melting, and share this video with those who are ready to let go of their frozen structures. The mind is always afraid of the liquid flow of life because life is completely unpredictable, non-measurable, wild, and insecure. The mind wants everything to be certain, fixed, categorized, and safe. To create this safety, the mind builds beautiful prison cells around itself. It creates a character jacket, a rigid discipline, a prefabricated structure of morality. It says, do this and don't do that. Follow this law and avoid that path. It creates a character so that you don't need to be alert anymore. Once a habit is formed, you can function like a perfect robot. You can walk, you can talk, you can do your business, You can even make love without being conscious at all, because your habits take care of everything. But habit is death. Habit is the enemy of life. The more habitual you are, the more dead you are. You may look perfectly normal to the society because the society loves dead, predictable robots. The society is terrified of alive, spontaneous human beings. Because an alive man is unpredictable, he cannot be manipulated, he cannot be reduced to a slave. He responds to the present moment, not to past conditionings. If the situation changes, his response changes immediately. He has no fixed character. His only character is consciousness. He lives moment to moment in full awareness, water-like, fluid, fresh. When you live through habits, you are living a borrowed life, a second-hand existence. A habit is a dead, frozen thing. It comes from the past, it belongs to the past, and it forces your present moment to be obedient to the past. This is what we call the horizontal movement of life, moving from yesterday to today and from today to tomorrow in a straight linear line. It is a mechanical repetition of the old. But when you drop all habits, when you drop all prefabricated structures and just remain completely alert in the here and now, your life takes a radical turn. It becomes vertical. You no more move from yesterday to tomorrow. You start diving deeper into this very moment, from the surface of the now to the very depth of the now. The vertical movement is the way of the Buddhas, the way of Tantra, the way of Tao. It is the movement from time into eternity. But to enter into eternity, you must be ready to melt. You must be ready to allow the hot fire of awareness to dissolve your frozen structures. Why are you so afraid to live spontaneously? Of course, there are dangers, there are hazards in a life of spontaneity. Life is not like a railway track where the trains move on the same rails day in, day out, shunting back and forth. Life is like a wild river that creates its own path through the mountains, through the forests, through the valleys. It is not a channelized canal. A channelized canal is dead. It is a symbol of habits. Danger is always involved in life. Only dead things are completely beyond danger. In a cemetery, there is no danger. Nobody ever dies in a cemetery because they are already dead. No illness happens there. No accidents happen there. If you want absolute security, then the cemetery is the only place for you. But if you want to be alive, You must accept insecurity as the very texture of life. Your houses, your families, your societies, your religions are all designed to give you a false sense of security. You want to fix everything. You love a woman today, and immediately you want to be secure about tomorrow. You go to the court, you register a marriage, you create a legal bond so that she remains your wife tomorrow also. She may remain your wife because of the legal bonds, because of the social pressure, because of the economic fear. But love can disappear any moment. Love knows no legality. Love knows no conditions. Love is a wild flower. It blooms when the season is ripe, and when the season is gone, it vanishes. You cannot force it to remain through legal structures. When love disappears and only the structure of marriage remains, the house becomes a grave. Then two corpses are living together, pretending to love, pretending to be happy, but deep down they are boiling with rage, with frustration, with hatred. This need for security is what freezes your mind, what turns your liquid life into a hard block of ice. Because of this need for security, you always move on the channelized, well-trodden paths of the society. You don't want to go astray. You don't want to make any mistakes. But let me tell you, mistakes are beautiful if you learn from them. One who is afraid of making mistakes will never grow. He will remain a child, retarded in his inner being. He will go on sitting in his safe corner, afraid to move, afraid to take a single step into the unknown. He will accumulate much money, he will accumulate much knowledge, he will have a big house, a respectable position in the society, but he will be empty, utterly hollow. If you feel this emptiness within you, don't be discouraged. It is a beautiful opportunity. It is a sign that the old toys given to you by the society are no longer satisfying your deep spiritual thirst. If you are ready to explore the true depths of this inner space, consider supporting our work through our join feature or a super thanks gift. Your contribution allows us to continue broadcasting these rare esoteric messages to all searching souls around the world. Our deep ebooks are also available to guide you through these transitions, offering clear, existential methods to transform your inner chaos into a beautiful symphony. Do write a comment sharing your thoughts on this inner journey, and share this video with those who are ready to break out of their prisons. To be an inquirer means to drop all belief systems, to drop all ready-made answers given to you by others. All your knowledge is borrowed. It is not your own experience. And a borrowed truth is a lie. It cannot liberate you. It can only make you more knowledgeable. It can only make you a great pundit, a scholar. But a scholar is the most stupid person in the world because he knows without knowing. He has gathered many words, many theories, many scriptures in his head, but his heart remains absolutely untouched, cold, frozen. It is like an artificial plastic flower. It may look beautiful from a distance, but it has no fragrance, it has no life, it cannot grow. Wisdom is not knowledge. Knowledge comes from the outside. Wisdom grows from the within. Wisdom is your own original vision, your own direct experience of reality. To allow this wisdom to grow, you must first become aware of your own frozen state. You must watch how you function like a machine. When you are walking on the street, watch your walking. It is almost completely automatic. You don't need to be conscious of it. Your feet move on their own accord because they have been trained for years. Your mind is somewhere else altogether, dreaming of the future or ruminating over the past. You are not present in your body, you are absent. This absent-mindedness is your sleep, your hypnosis. You live your whole life in this sleep, and then one day you die in this sleep. Your death is also a sleep, a deeper coma, and then you are born again into another womb in the same unconscious state. The wheel of samsara goes on moving because you remain unconscious. The only way to break this wheel is to bring the hot fire of awareness to this frozen machine. De-automatize yourself. When you are eating, eat with full awareness. Feel the taste of the food, feel the texture of it, feel the movement of your jaws, feel the food passing down your throat into the stomach. Be there totally. Don't let your mind wander into the office or into the market. Be present in the act of eating. When you are taking a bath, feel the cold water falling on your body. Feel the tingling sensation in your cells. Feel the freshness of it. Be there totally. If you can bring this intense awareness to small, ordinary, trivial acts of life, your frozen habits will start melting. The machine will start breaking down, and a totally fresh, alive human being will be born within you. This process of melting will create a great chaos in the beginning. It is bound to be so. When ice melts, it loses its solid shape, its defined form. It becomes a liquid chaos before it finds its natural flow as a river. When your frozen habits start dissolving through awareness, you will feel very insecure, very awkward, very much disturbed. You will lose your old efficiency. You were a very efficient clerk or a very efficient businessman because you function like a perfect machine. Now, Because of awareness, the machine is broken and you have to respond to each situation freshly, spontaneously. You don't have a prefabricated answer anymore. You will feel hesitant. You will feel a deep gap within you. The whole society will think you have gone crazy because you no longer fit into their mechanical games. But this awkwardness, this disturbance, is the very sign of life returning to your dead being. It is the first ray of the morning sun piercing through the dark night of your sleep. When this chaos happens, don't be afraid. Don't try to pull yourself back into the old frozen security. Stand on the edge of the abyss and look into it with full awareness. Accept the chaos, accept the insecurity, accept the wildness of life. If you can remain a passive, silent witness to this inner turmoil without any judgment, without calling it bad or good, without any choice, suddenly you will see that the chaos is rearranging itself into a beautiful cosmic order. Not an order imposed by you from the outside, but an organic order that grows from your very center. What Lao Tzu calls Tao, what Buddha calls Dhamma, arises within your being spontaneously. It is a natural flowering of your consciousness. This natural order is what Tantra calls purity. Purity does not mean a puritanical, moralistic character. Morality is a false coin, a plastic decoration forced upon you from the outside to make you respectable in a society of hypocrites. A moral man is deeply divided within himself. On the surface, he shows a beautiful, saintly face. But deep down in his unconscious basement, all his denied animalities are boiling, ready to explode at any moment. He is a volcano of repressed rage, repressed lust, repressed greed. He feels continuously guilty because he cannot destroy the part of himself that is organically one with his being. He cannot kill his anger, he cannot kill his sex, he cannot kill his greed because they are given facts of nature, just like his eyes and his hands. He can only hide them, paint them over with beautiful moral words, but they remain there, poisoning his entire system. Tantra says this moral division is the real impurity. Schizophrenia is the only sin. To split yourself into two parts, into a good part and a bad part, is to create a civil war within your soul. You waste your entire energy in this fighting, and no energy is left for celebration. No energy is left to fly into the sky. You remain a crippled, paralyzed being creeping on the earth, burdened with guilt and anxiety. Tantra accepts you in your totality, in your wholeness. It says that you are an organic unity, you cannot be divided. Your anger and your compassion are not two separate things. They are different degrees of the same energy. Your sex and your love are not polar opposites. They are the root and the flower of the same life force. If you destroy the root, how can the flower bloom? The root may look ugly and dirty, covered with mud, but it is the very source from which the beautiful, fragrant rose receives its life. Accept the mud, accept the root, accept all that is given to you by nature. Don't create any ideals against your reality. Ideals are the very stuff your ego is made of. When you create an ideal of non-violence, you immediately start condemning your violence. But by condemning it, you cannot destroy it. You can only force it into the deeper layers of your unconscious. And then you become a hypocrite. You go on, pay lip service to non-violence. You talk about love and peace, but your very look is violent. Your very gestures are aggressive. You use your non-violence as a weapon to torture others, to make them feel guilty, to show your moral superiority. This is what your so-called Mahatmas have been doing down the ages. They are intensely violent people, but their violence has become inverted. They torture themselves through fasting, through celibacy, through all kinds of self-inflicted miseries, and they expect the whole world to worship their suffering. Tantra is a total rebellion against this sick, morbid, masochistic psychology. Tantra says, be natural, be simple, be spontaneous. Don't force any order from the outside. Let the inner law have its own course. If you are angry, be angry totally, with full awareness. Don't suppress it. Let the energy flow. If you can move into your anger totally, with intense consciousness, a great miracle happens. The anger is transformed into compassion. The poison is lost, the heat is gone, and a cool, beautiful light is left behind. It is the same energy. When water evaporates, it becomes a light cloud floating in the sky, free of all the impurities of the earth. Awareness is the fire that evaporates your gross, heavy emotions into subtle spiritual essences. But for this transformation, a deep trust is needed, an absolute surrender to life. You cannot transform your energy if you are constantly fighting with it. You must become friendly with your instincts, friendly with your body, friendly with your sexuality, friendly with your rage. They are your raw materials. A sculptor does not fight with the rock. He respects the rock. He listens to the rock. He finds the hidden statue within it and removes the unnecessary parts with great care, with great love. You must become the sculptors of your own being. Don't cut off your limbs in the name of religion. Don't paralyze your senses in the name of morality. A dead tree cannot blossom. A paralyzed sense cannot experience the divine. Rejuvenate your senses, make them streaming like a rushing river, vital, pulsating, sensitive. When you look at a rose flower, don't just look at it with your intellectual mind, categorizing it as beautiful. Let your whole energy flow through your eyes and touch the petals of the flower. Become the eyes. Let there be a deep communion between your vision and the rose. When you touch your beloved, don't just touch her with a cold, closed hand out of habit. Let your vital energy, your prana, stream through your hand and pour itself into her being. Let the two hands have a deep, silent dialogue. When you listen to the music, don't just hear the sounds with your head, interpreting them according to your knowledge. Let the music sink into your very heart. Let it dance within your cells. Let it dissolve your boundaries. Through this deep sensitivity, you will come to realize that your senses are not material instruments. They are holy doors through which the divine encounters itself. It is existence looking through your eyes. It is existence listening through your ears. It is existence loving through your heart. When you realize this, your ego vanishes completely. You are no longer the doer. You are just a beautiful passage, a hollow bamboo through which the cosmic melody flows. This is the royal path, the kingly view of Tantra. It does not give you any commandments. It does not give you any fixed routine. It simply gives you the key of awareness. Turn the key, and all the doors of heaven are opened unto you. But to turn the key, you must be ready to put aside your old mind, your borrowed knowledge, your comfortable speck. It is a great risk, the greatest risk there is, because it requires you to die as a separate persona. If you are ready for this beautiful death, then this very moment, right here and now, the golden flower can begin to bud within your heart. The spring is always here, waiting for you to become open, waiting for you to become a fertile soil. Don't postpone it for tomorrow. Don't say, I will do it when the time is ripe. The time is always ripe, only you are not ready. Be ready now. Let the ice melt, and let the river of your being flow into the ultimate ocean of bliss. This liquid flow of energy must eventually reach the third center of your being, the Manipura chakra, which is deeply loaded with all your suppressed negative emotions. The Manipura is located above the navel, just below the breastbone, and it is the reservoir where your society has forced you to store your anger, your hatred, your jealousy, and your aggression. That is why your stomach becomes immediately disturbed whenever you are emotionally disturbed. The Manipura is affected instantly. In all the languages of the world, you will find expressions like, I cannot stomach it. This is not just a figure of speech, it is a literal biological fact. Sometimes, when you cannot stomach a certain situation or a certain insult, you start feeling nauseous and you would like to vomit. In fact, what happens during an emotional crisis is often a psychological vomit. Somebody says something nasty to you, you cannot stomach it, and suddenly you feel nausea. If you can go and vomit it out, you will feel very relaxed afterward, because the physical and the psychological are deeply intertwined. The society has done a great damage to your Manipura chakra by training you to repress all that is negative and pretend all that is positive. This creates a dangerous hypocrisy within your system. To pretend the positive is false, it makes you a hypocrite. And to repress the negative is highly toxic. It goes on poisoning your inner climate. Tantra does not say that you should go out into the street and kill a person when you are angry. But Tantra says there are 1,001 healthy ways to express and dissolve these repressed emotions without hurting anybody. You can go into the garden and chop wood. Have you ever watched woodcutters? They always look more silent, more peaceful than your so-called moralists and priests. By chopping wood, their aggression and their rage are naturally dissolved into the earth. Have you watched hunters? They do a very ugly thing by killing innocent animals. But psychologically, they are often very relaxed and good people, because their inner violence is released through the hunt. The so-called absolutely non-violent people are often the ugliest inside. They are not truly good people because they are constantly holding down a dangerous volcano within their Manipura center. You can never feel fully at ease around them. You can touch the tension. You can feel the poison oozing out of their presence. Instead of holding it in, you can go into a room alone or into a wild forest, and you can shout, you can scream, you can dance your anger out. Modern Western therapies like primal therapy, gestalt, and encounter have finally stumbled upon this secret. They are nothing but scream therapies, tantrum therapies designed to unburden your Manipura chakra. They provoke your hidden anger, your jealousy, your greed, and your aggression so that it can surface and evaporate. Once this center is completely unburdened and relaxed, a beautiful balance happens between the negative and the positive. The rock that was blocking your inner passage is removed, and the bioenergy can easily move upward toward the higher centers of your being. When the energy is unblocked, it enters the fourth center, the Anahata Chakra, which is the heart center located in the middle of your chest. The heart is the most crucial center because it is exactly in the middle of your total structure. Three centers are below it: the sexual, the hara, and the navel, and three centers are above it: the throat, the third eye, and the crown. The heart is the bridge between the animal and the divine, between the earth and the sky. Below the heart, you live as an animal driven by food, power, and sex. Above the heart, you start living as a god, moving into prayer, meditation, and pure cosmic consciousness. Only in the heart do you become truly human, a man who can feel, who can love, who can have deep compassion, who can cry and laugh spontaneously, is a real human being. The first rays of the divine sun have entered his house. But the greatest barrier to the opening of the heart chakra is doubt. Doubt closes the heart, it makes it dry, tight, and frigid. Trust opens it. Anything that creates constant doubt, logic chopping, and over rationality destroys the sensitivity of your heart. Too much of Aristotle, too much of philosophy and intellectual arguments will paralyze your Anahata chakra. If you want to open the heart, you will have to shift your focus from thinking to feeling, from doubt to trust, from philosophy to poetry. You must learn the art of total vulnerability. When you trust, you open your doors, you drop your armor, and you become completely exposed to the wind, to the rain, to the sun, and to the presence of the whole existence. It is a dangerous path, the path of love, because you are no longer in control. The ego cannot exist where trust is total, because the ego lives through doubt, defense, and separation. As we move deeper into this exploration of the heart and the higher realms of your consciousness, it is beautiful to see that many of you are beginning to feel the thirst to move beyond the superficiality of your ordinary lives. If you feel a deep gratitude for these insights and wish to support our expanding global commune, you are always welcome to utilize our join feature or share a super thanks gift. This is a beautiful way of sharing your energy, an existential response of love that allows us to make these profound meditations available to thousands of seeking hearts across the earth. We also have a collection of deep ebooks designed to help you ground these transformations in your daily life, providing a mirror for your soul as you step out of your old habits. Do leave a beautiful comment reflecting your own experience of the heart, and share this video with those who are ready to drop their doubts and leap into trust. When your heart chakra opens through trust, it becomes like a beautiful temple of love. And remember, love is not a trade, it is not a bargain, it is not a commodity that you can accumulate or put into a bank balance. Love is an unmotivated celebration. It has no purpose beyond itself. It is the end in itself. You earn money for something else. You build a house for some other utility. But you love simply for the sake of love. That is why the calculative mind can never understand love. The mind always looks for a purpose, for a result, for a tomorrow. But love is always here now, it has no future. It converges entirely upon this very moment. When you are in deep love with someone, your mind completely ceases to function. For a few moments, the entire mechanical routine of your thinking drops away and you are thrown back to your own center. In that space of desirelessness, you are like a Buddha for a split second. If you can stabilize this heart energy, it rises to the fifth center, the Vishuddha chakra, which is located in your throat. The Vishuddha is the center of expression, communication, and great creativity. But for the majority of human beings, this center is completely paralyzed by non-creativity, by imitativeness, by parroting and monkeying others. You are taught from your very childhood to become an imitation, a carbon copy of somebody else. You are told to be like Jesus, to be like Buddha, to be like your parents, to be like your successful neighbors. The moment you try to become like somebody else, you are destroying your own unique potential. You are committing a spiritual suicide. The Vishuddha chakra is destroyed by copying, by living a borrowed life. It is helped, it is opened, it is vitalized only through creativity, through finding your own unique style of life, through having the immense courage to do your own thing. Creativity does not mean you have to be a great painter like Michelangelo or a great poet like Shakespeare. Creativity is an attitude, a quality of your consciousness that you can bring to any ordinary act of life. Even cleaning a floor can be done with such love, with such grace, with such mindfulness that it becomes an artistic masterpiece. Even cooking food for your friends or your children can be done in your own unique way with your authentic signature on it. Whatsoever you do, let it be an expression of your original being, not a mechanical repetition of a routine. The more creative you are, the more your throat chakra will open and vibrate with life energy. And when the Vishuddha Chakra opens, only then can the energy move into the sixth center, the Agya Chakra, which is the third eye center located exactly between your two eyebrows. The third eye center is the point of no return. Up to the fifth center, there is always a possibility of falling back into your old habits, into your old dark valleys of ignorance and lust. If you die at the fifth center, you will be born again from the lowest center, the Muladhar, in your next life. And you will have to start the whole arduous journey all over again from ABC. But once your energy reaches the third eye center, the Agya Chakra, you have gone beyond the point of return. It is impossible to fall back from there. The third eye is the center of the Master, the center of absolute clarity, where all dualities and all illusions disappear. Through the third eye, you look at the world without any mediator, without any mind, without any prejudice. You see that which is exactly as it is, in its pristine purity and nakedness. To reach this point of clarity, you must learn the art of non-identification. You must cut the very root of the mind. Whatsoever happens around you or within you, remember continuously that you are the witness, not the doer. When hunger happens in the body, don't say, I am hungry. Say, hunger is happening to the body and I am the witness of it. When anger arises in your mind, don't say, I am angry. Stand by the side of it. Look at it as an object, like a cloud floating in the sky, and say, anger is there on the screen of my mind, and I am the watcher. This distance between you and your inner states is the birth of real meditation. I have heard a very old and beautiful story about a great Zen master who used to live in a small isolated monastery on a mountain peak. He was known all over the country for his absolute silence, his unmoving presence. For 20 years, nobody had ever heard him utter a single word. Nobody had ever seen a single ripple of frustration or anger on his face. He was like a withered tree before a cliff, totally dead to the world and yet intensely, vibrantly alive within. One day, a young, arrogant scholar from the capital came to see him. The scholar had studied all the scriptures, all the philosophies, all the theologies, and he was very proud of his intellectual knowledge. He wanted to debate with the Zen master. He wanted to defeat him in an intellectual duel. He arrived at the monastery, entered the master's room without any respect, without any bowing down, and sat directly in front of him. The master was sitting in his usual lotus posture, his eyes half closed, looking at the tip of his nose, absolutely silent, like a statue of marble. The scholar started asking his long prepared complex questions. What is God? What is the soul? What is the relationship between matter and spirit? Is the world real or is it an illusion? He went on and on for 1 hour, using all his logic, all his arguments, all his sophisticated language. But the master remained absolutely silent, not even moving an eyelash. He was just a mirror, reflecting the scholar's face, reflecting his noise, but completely unaffected by it. The scholar became very irritated. He felt insulted. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Are you deaf? Are you mad? Why don't you answer my questions? I have traveled thousands of miles to find the truth from you, and you sit there like a dead stone, completely ignoring me. Is this your compassion? Is this your sainthood?" At this, the master suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were like two blazing balls of fire. The light from his eyes pierced into the very soul of the scholar. The master took his heavy wooden staff and hit the table in front of him with such a tremendous bang that the whole room shook. The sound re-echoed in the valley like thunderclouds. The scholar was completely dumbfounded. His mind stopped instantly. All his logic, all his arguments, all his scriptures evaporated in a single second out of sheer shock. He couldn't understand what had happened. There was no cause, no reason, no logic to it. In that sudden stoppage of the mind, his breathing stopped automatically. A deep, universal pause happened within his being. For the first time in his life, he looked inside himself and he could not find his ego anywhere. He could not find his knowledge anywhere. He was just a vast vacuum, an empty chamber full of light. He fell at the feet of the master, weeping with tears of joy, and he said, "Forgive me, my master. Now I understand your answer. Your silence was the answer, but my head was too noisy to hear it. You have shattered my prison. You have given me a new birth. This is what happens when you come across an authentic master. He is not interested in giving you intellectual answers to stop your crying like a baby. He is interested in destroying your mind completely so that your original face can be revealed. If you go to a philosopher, he will give you beautiful, well-reasoned answers, and you will become more knowledgeable. But you will remain the same dead, frozen robot. A master is a danger, an earthquake, a catastrophe. He does not give you anything. On the contrary, he takes away all that you have, all your illusions, all your masks, all your pretensions. And when all that is false is taken away from you, that which is true is revealed on its own accord. It needs no effort, it needs no practice. It is already there, eternally vibrating within your very being. But to allow this work to happen, you must drop your habit of continuous escaping. You must face your inner reality exactly as it is. When you are alone, don't try to find some distractions, don't run to the television, don't open a newspaper, don't call a friend on the phone just to pass the time. What are you doing when you say you are killing time? You are killing your own life. You are escaping from your own aloneness because you are afraid of the emptiness. But that emptiness is the only door to your kingdom. If you escape from it, you will remain a beggar for your whole life, dependent on others' opinions, dependent on others' attention, dependent on outer toys to keep you occupied. Sit silently in your room, close your doors, put the phone off the hook, and just face your emptiness. Let the thoughts come. Let the desires bubble up. Let the madness of your mind show itself completely on the screen of your consciousness. You remain just a watcher, an indifferent spectator, not getting involved for or against. If you can do this for a few weeks continuously, you will be surprised. The clouds of thoughts will start disappearing on their own accord. The noise will subside, and a great, deep coolness will spread through your whole system. It is the white snow of the 6th month suddenly beginning to fly within your being. It is the true light pole arising from the very center of your primal castle. This inner circulation of light is one of the most marvelous experiences possible to man. It is not a fantasy, it is an absolute fact. When the light begins to circulate within you, it does not depend on anything outside anymore. It becomes a self-contained, self-nourishing circle of vital energy. Then you are no longer a black hole, drying up and exhausting yourself through your extroverted desires. You become a white hole, overflowing with light, overflowing with life, overflowing with love. You don't need any love from others because your own heart is overflowing with it. You share your love simply because you have too much of it. Just as a cloud showers rain because it is full of water, just as a flower releases its fragrance because it cannot contain it any longer. This love is true love. It has no possessiveness in it, it has no conditions in it, it has no politics in it. It is a pure gift, a divine benediction. And when this love flows out of your aloneness, you become a great force of healing in the world. Your very presence becomes a therapy. Whosoever comes near you will feel a certain vitality arising in them. Whosoever comes near you will feel refreshed, unburdened, as if they have taken a deep bath in a clean mountain stream. You don't do anything to heal them. Your very vibe is a healing energy. You're just a hollow bamboo, and the ultimate source goes on playing its celestial music through you. This is the goal for which you have been sent into this life. This is the destination of your long cosmic pilgrimage. Don't settle for small, trivial things. Don't be contented with just a little bit of peace or a little bit of comfort given to you by the society. Aim for the highest. Aim for the ultimate peak, the Sahasrar, where you disappear completely as a separate entity and become one with the whole existence. It is a hard task. It is an uphill journey, but it is the only journey worth taking. All other journeys are just moving in circles, wasting your precious life energy on empty toys. Take the jump, be courageous, be a rebel, and let the golden flower bloom within your heart. I am consistently here with you to support you, to guide you, to shake you up whenever you fall asleep again. But the surrender has to be yours. The trust has to be yours. If you are ready to put your head on my desk, I am ready to use my sledgehammer on you. Let us start the work right now, in this very moment, because there is no other time than now and no other space than here. This same misunderstanding has led millions of people down the centuries to escape from the world, because they saw that their sexuality, their anger, their greed, and their attachments were causing them immense misery. They came to a very wrong, a very childish conclusion. They thought that the marketplace was the cause of their misery. They thought that their wives, their husbands, their children, their shops, and their businesses were the source of their bondage. So they renounced the world and escaped to the Himalayan caves, to the isolated monasteries, into the deep deserts. They thought that by running away from the objects of desire, they would automatically become desireless. This is one of the greatest fallacies ever perpetrated against human consciousness. You can escape from the woman, you can escape from the man, you can escape from the market, but how can you escape from yourself? Your mind goes with you. It travels with you like a shadow. In the deep silence of the Himalayan cave, your mind will go on spinning the same old sexual fantasies, the same old ambitions, the same old rages. In fact, they will become even more intense because now you are starved. And a starved mind becomes abnormally obsessed with that which is missing. I am utterly against this old escapist concept of sannyas. To me, a sannyasin is not one who flees from life, but one who enters into life totally, passionately, with full awareness. My whole effort here in this space is to create a new kind of human being, an integrated being who can live in the thick of the marketplace and yet remain completely transcendent, a lotus flower in the muddy pond. There is no need to create an artificial partition between the sacred and the mundane, between the world and the divine. The world itself is the outer body of the divine, and the divine is the innermost soul of the world. When you try to separate them, you create an unnatural tension, a deep split within your own soul. You become a house divided against itself, a fragmented crowd always at war. The marketplace is not your enemy. It is your greatest friend, your most precious laboratory. It is the only place where your meditation can be truly tested, where your stillness can be seasoned and crystallized. If you go to the mountains and you feel silent there, don't be deceived by that silence. That silence does not belong to you. It is borrowed from the mountains. The mountains are silent, and because you are sitting in their presence, their silence starts permeating your frozen system. It is a beautiful experience, a pleasant relaxation. But it is a cheap theft. It is not your own earned wealth. The moment you come back to the city, the moment you step onto the railway platform or enter your office, that borrowed silence will evaporate within a single second. The crowd will hit you, the noises will irritate you, the old provocations will shatter your plastic piece instantly. And then a great fear will arise in you, a fear of the world, a fear of people, a fear of life itself. You will want to run back to your cave because you have become dependent on a certain outer condition to remain quiet. This is not freedom. This is another kind of slavery, a spiritual slavery which is far more subtle and dangerous than ordinary worldly bondage. True meditation must be independent of all outer conditions. It must be something that wells up from your own innermost core, out of your own absolute aloneness. If you can sit silently in the middle of a noisy bazaar, where people are shouting, cars are honking, traders are haggling, and deep down at the center of your cyclone there is absolute stillness, a placid pool with not a single ripple, then and only then have you attained to true meditation. If the outside noise cannot penetrate your inner shrine, if it remains just a faraway echo in the valley, then you have become a master of your consciousness. Then you can go anywhere. You can move into any situation. You can face any storm, and your inner flame will go on burning bright, untinged, untouched, unscarred by the world. This is why I insist so much that my sannyasins must remain in the world doing their ordinary occupations, earning their bread, looking after their families, living like ordinary human beings. The ancients were very wise. They said that when occupations come to us, we must accept them. And when things come to us, we must understand them from the very ground up. If your ordinary life is handled with correct thoughts, with full mindfulness and self-remembering, your light is not scattered by outside things, but it circulates according to its own natural law. The marketplace becomes your catalyst. Every provocation becomes an opportunity to see where you are still asleep, where your ego still hurts, where your awareness still flags. If somebody insults you and you flare up in anger, thank the person immediately. He has done a great service to you. He has shown you a wound that you were hiding behind a polite mask. He has shown you that your ice has not melted yet, that your ego is still very much alive and dominant. If nobody insults you, how will you ever know that you have transcended anger? If nobody tempts you, how will you ever know that you have gone beyond lust? The world is a beautiful training ground, an essential device designed by existence to help your inner seed explode into a golden flower. If you can feel a deep, quiet gratitude arising within your heart as you listen to these words, if you can feel that a window is opening into the beyond, remember that this work can expand and reach many more searching souls across the earth if you choose to participate in it. You are always welcome to use our join feature or offer a super thanks as an expression of your love and sharing. This energy helps directly in maintaining this beautiful oasis of consciousness, allowing us to build the new commune, a river of all the Buddhas, where this sacred alchemy can happen on a greater scale. Our collection of deep e-books is also available to help you stabilize these meditative states amidst your busy daily life. Do leave a beautiful comment sharing your own experience of finding silence in the middle of noise. Let us know how your own inner code is changing, and share this video with those who are tired of escaping and are ready to live fully here now. The ordinary human mind is always looking for a shortcut, always looking for a cheap escape. It wants the results without going through the process. It wants the flower without nurturing the root. That is why people go on creating false distinctions, calling some places religious and other places worldly. They think an ashram is a holy place and a marketplace is an unholy place. To me, there is no such division. Everything is holy, Everything is sacred because the whole existence is filled with one cosmic energy. If you can look with empty eyes, without any prejudices, without any scriptures in your head, you will see that a shopkeeper selling his goods can be as meditative as a Buddha sitting under his tree. The question is not what you are doing, the question is who is doing it, with what quality of consciousness you are doing it. If you are doing it mechanically, like a well-trained robot, then even your prayer in the church is a sin. Even your meditation in the temple is an impurity. It is just dead weight, memory, a social formality that keeps you more and more asleep. But if you can do your ordinary business with full alertness, remaining centered in your being, then your very business becomes your prayer, your very work becomes your worship. There is a great technique in the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra which says, when in worldly activity, keep attentive between the two breaths, and so practicing in a few days be born anew. This is one of the most practical, most marvelous methods ever given to humanity. It does not ask you to leave your shop. It does not ask you to leave your office. It does not ask you to become an ascetic. It simply says, whatsoever you are doing, let the activity continue on the surface, on the periphery, but deep down at the center, keep your attention fixed in the gap between the two breaths. One breath comes in. Before it turns outward, there is a minute atomic pause. One breath goes out. Before it is taken in again, there is another minute atomic pause. In that pause, you are neither breathing in nor breathing out. In that pause, the machine of your physical body is in a neutral gear. In that pause, you are disjoined from your body and your mind. You are simply a pure presence, a vast vacuum, a non-doing witness. Shiva says, do your worldly activity, but keep your attention centered in this gap. You are eating, go on eating. Let your hands and mouth do the work, but keep your inner attention fixed in the pause between the two breaths. You are walking on the road, go on walking. Let your feet spring like water, but remain a watcher of the gap. You are talking to a customer in your shop, go on talking. Do your business as skillfully as possible, but let your innermost being remain rooted in the silent space between the breaths. What will happen through this practice? Your whole life will be turned into a great psychodrama. You will become an actor playing many roles on the stage of the world, but you will never become identified with any role. You will know exactly who you are at the center, and on the periphery, you will go on acting beautifully, efficiently, gracefully. Seriousness comes only out of identification. When you think you are the role, when you think you are the husband, the wife, the businessman, the politician, then anxiety arises, then fear grips your heart, then you become heavy, burdened, and miserable. You have taken a temporary part in a play to be the absolute reality. If you are playing the role of a king in a drama, and somebody comes and insults you, will you get a real heart attack on the stage? Will you call the police and stop the play? No, you will laugh inside. You will play your part beautifully. You will deliver your dialogue with great dramatic force. And when the curtain falls, you will go home and sleep peacefully without even dreaming about the kingdom or the insult. You know it was just a play, a temporary arrangement, a beautiful game. If you can practice this attention between the two breaths while in worldly activity, the whole world becomes a stage and all your relationships become friendly plays. Then there is no longer any attachment. And because there is no attachment, there is no possessiveness, no jealousy, no politics, no desire to dominate the other. You enjoy the other as a beautiful partner in a dynamic dance. You share your energy, you share your joy, and when the moment is gone, you drop back into your absolute aloneness without any grudge, without any complaint, without any wounds in your heart. You are sufficient unto yourself, an emperor in your own right. But this is very difficult for the ordinary human mind to allow, because the mind lives through extremes. It is very easy for the mind to be a worldly materialist, accumulating money, chasing power, indulging madly in sex, because that is a well-trodden mechanical path. And it is also very easy for the mind to turn upside down and become a pseudo-spiritualist, escaping to the mountains, fasting, torturing the body, repressing all desires, because that too is an extreme, another well-trodden mechanical path. The mind feels very comfortable with extremes, because in extremes no awareness is required. A pendulum goes from one extreme to the other, and because it moves between the two extremes, the clock remains alive. The mechanical time continues. The moment the pendulum stops exactly in the middle, the clock stops, time disappears, and the mind falls dead. The real secret lies in keeping an equal distance between being and non-being, between action and non-action, between effort and effortlessness. Achieve action through non-action. Work in the world as if you are not working. Walk on the earth as if you are not walking. Let your feet be light, weightless, pulled by the law of grace rather than the law of gravitation. Do whatsoever is needful in the situation. Respond totally, spontaneously, but don't become a doer. Don't accumulate the memory of your deeds in your head. Don't create a character jacket around your soul. Remain unstructured, fluid, river-like. This is the first secret, the deepest and most wonderful secret. To find inaction right in the middle of intense action. To find absolute silence right in the middle of a roaring marketplace. The so-called religious people in India are very much annoyed with me because I am disrupting all their traditional stagnant concepts of an ashram and a saint. They have known ashrams for centuries as dirty, shabby, sloppy, miserable places where dead, repressed, joyless people gather to torture themselves and call it holiness. They think that if a man is living in a beautiful, clean, comfortable space, surrounded by trees and flowers and music, he cannot be a saint. Their definition of a saint is a masochist, a person who hates his body, hates life, hates all that is beautiful and joyous in the world. They want me to live like a beggar, naked in the hot sun, fasting for weeks, sitting on a bed of thorns, and then they will come in millions to prostrate themselves at my feet and worship my misery. They are sick people, psychopaths, and they have created a sick, neurotic culture. I am not here to fulfill their morbid expectations. My life is absolutely simple, so simple that I am always completely satisfied with the best of everything. I like quality, not quantity. I like quality in things, and I like quality in people. If you are a spiritual person, even if you touch an ordinary material thing, the thing becomes alive. It becomes a person. You have a deep communion with it. If you are driving a beautiful car, you don't use it just as a dead machine. You feel for it. You listen to its rhythmic humming. You handle it with great care, with great love, with great sensitivity. The car becomes your extension, an alive expression of your vital energy. But a materialistic person is so dull, so insensitive, that even if he loves a living woman, he immediately reduces her into a dead thing, an object of utility, a legal wife, an economic possession, a social institution. And all institutions are ugly and dead. My sannyasins must understand this distinction deeply. We are not here to choose between materialism and spiritualism. We are here to create a great synthesis of both. The lowest and the highest must meet and balance each other within your being. Your roots must go deep into the rich mud of the earth, into your physical body, into your bioenergy, into your sexuality, into your ordinary human activity, and your branches must spread high into the vastness of the sky, into prayer, into meditation, into pure cosmic awareness. If your roots are deep, your flowering will be magnificent, a golden flower that fills the entire firmament with its unearthly fragrance. Don't be afraid of the mud. The mud is the very source of the lotus. Accept your total being, accept your natural context, and let your awareness circulate like an inner flame from center to center, transforming all that is gross into the purely creative. This is the great work we are intending to do in our new commune. It is going to be a totally new model for the future of humanity, a space that is absolutely scientific and yet intensely human, highly technological and yet deeply ecological. We will not be anti-nature. We will use all the insights of science and technology to create an independent, affluent, beautiful oasis in this desert world where 5,000 sannyasins can live in total celebration, in deep meditation, in pure harmony with all that is. It will be a living example to the whole earth that you don't need to be poor to be spiritual, that you don't need to be miserable to be religious. On the contrary, only when you are utterly rich within and without can the ultimate luxury of religion truly flower in your life. So, do your ordinary occupations, but change your inner orientation completely. Don't carry a built-in, prefabricated mind to your work. Let each moment be a fresh encounter. If you can do this, the light will start circulating within you according to its own natural law, without any individual striving or hard forcing on your part. You will become a Daruma doll, a perfect, centered being. You can be thrown into any storm, you can be pushed into any marketplace, you can be placed in any crisis, but you cannot be toppled. You will always fall back exactly into your inner lotus posture, right side up, centered, unmoving, full of light and silent joy. This is your birthright. This is the destination of your long cosmic pilgrimage. Don't waste your time with small trivial goals. Don't be satisfied with cheap consolations. Take the risk. Step out of your frozen structures and let the river of your being flow into the ultimate ocean of bliss. This subtle architecture of your inner flow manifests through what the ancient seers called the chakras, the whirling energy wheels deep within your subtle body. To understand these chakras, you must first clear your mind of all acquired, borrowed knowledge about them. because, as a mere intellectual description, this esoteric map can become a highly dangerous barrier to your actual realization. If you read Hindu scriptures, they will talk about 7 chakras. If you read Jaina books, they will mention 9. And if you look into Buddhist texts, they will tell you there are dozens of energy fields, and that these are only the main ones chosen by specific schools of thought. This acquired information will only confuse you, making you ask how many wheels there really are and what you are supposed to do with them. Your intellectual counting is not going to help your spiritual growth at all. It can only keep you trapped in the head, playing with words while your vital energy remains completely asleep at the base of your spine. My own experience is that you will come across only 4 main chakras that are fundamentally important for your life journey. And if you can understand these 4, the remaining ones will take care of themselves. The first is your sex center, the life chakra, the root of your biological existence, through which you are connected to nature and to the long chain of the past. The second chakra, located just 2 inches below the navel, is what the Japanese call the hara. The hara is the death chakra. It is an amazing phenomenon of natural design that the life chakra, sex, and the death chakra, hara, are placed so close to each other within your pelvis. Life and death are 2 sides of the same coin, 2 polarities of the same life force. So their centers must be close, and they are. In Japan, when someone wants to finish his life with absolute dignity because of a deep sense of social shame, he commits suicide by forcing a sharp knife exactly into this hara center, a practice known as harakiri. It is a miraculous and instantaneous way to die. No blood flows, no pain is felt, because the master button of death is pushed and the energy is immediately disconnected from the physical body. In India, no traditional school of yoga ever took note of this hara center, because Indian mystics were not thinking about people who commit suicide out of social shame or worldly honor. They were entirely focused on people who were transforming their vital energy from the physical gross plane to the immaterial spiritual plane. But when Buddhism traveled from India to Japan 1400 years ago, and the Japanese people started practicing deep Zazen meditation, they were the first to discover the Hara center from the inside, because they had been using that center for centuries for their traditional exits. So it was already throbbing, vibrating, and highly alive in their collective unconscious. The third important center is your heart chakra, the anahata, located in the middle of your chest. Between life, which is sex, and death, which is the hara, The most magnificent thing that can happen to a human being is love, and the heart is the very temple of love. Love has many beautiful manifestations. Meditation is a higher manifestation of love. Prayer is a refined manifestation of love. And compassion is the ultimate overflow of love. The fourth important chakra is the Agya chakra, the third eye, located on your forehead exactly between your two eyes. This fourth center is the point from where your vital energy transcends humanity and enters into divinity. There is a fifth center, the Sahasrar, at the very top of your head, the crown chakra, but you will not come across it as an active part of your life journey. The Sahasrar opens only at the very moment of ultimate death for an enlightened being, when his skull cracks open into two parts and his soul dissolves into the cosmic whole. Because it is not a part of your alive day-to-day experience, there is no need to make a great philosophy out of it. The four centers, sex, hara, heart, and the third eye, are your actual life experience, and your whole transformation has to happen through them. If you are beginning to feel a deep resonance with this inner anatomy, if you can feel a subtle throb within your own energy fields as you listen to these secrets, remember that you are always invited to walk along with us on this path of awakening. If you wish to support the expansion of this global oasis of consciousness, you can easily do so by using our join feature or leaving a super thanks gift. This is an authentic sharing of your resources, a beautiful gesture of love that helps us to maintain this space and make these rare teachings available to thousands of searching minds across the earth. Our collection of deep ebooks is also available to help you ground these transformations in your daily life, offering practical, experiential guidance for your subtle body. Do write a comment sharing your own inner experiences of these energy centers. Like this video and share it with those who are ready to look within. Your chakras and your energy fields do not belong to your physical anatomy at all. If a medical doctor dissects your corpse after your death, he will find your heart, your stomach, your liver, your lungs, your bones, and your brains. But he will never come across a single chakra. He will never find anything like Kundalini. This is because these centers belong to your subtle body, your Sukshma Sharira, not to this gross material body. Of course, there are corresponding geographical spots on your physical body, but those spots can only be felt from the inside when your awareness penetrates into the subtle body through meditation. If you go on collecting anatomical information from books and try to visualize your chakras at a particular spot because the scripture says so, you will create a completely false imaginary world within yourself. The human mind is very powerful. It has a tremendous capacity to project and dream. If you go on imagining a chakra at a certain place, your imagination will start creating a false sensation there, and you will think that your kundalini is rising, but it will be nothing but a psychological hallucination, a dream seen with open eyes. This is why I insist that you must remain completely free of all ready-made knowledge. Don't look for the chakras. Let them reveal themselves to you. When you are deep in meditation, when your mind becomes completely still and silent, suddenly you will start feeling a strange pulsation at a certain point within your pelvis or within your belly or within your chest. That is the true experience. Let the experience come first, and then you can find out what it is. Never put the cart before the horse. Every individual has slight biological and psychological differences. So your inner map cannot be exactly identical to anybody else's. Your food, your climate, your posture, your geography, your past lives, they all affect your subtle anatomy. In the East, people have been sitting on the floor in a full lotus posture for thousands of years. So their backbones have developed a certain flexibility, a certain alignment with the earth. In the West, people have been sitting on chairs for centuries, so their spines have a different structure, a different rigidity, and their experience of kundalini and chakras will be slightly different. The meat eaters and the vegetarians will have different experiences of their bioenergy. The people who eat only once a day will have a totally different sensitivity in their bellies than the people who go on stuffing themselves 5 times a day with all kinds of junk. In the Caucasus Mountains, where people live very natural lives and easily reach the age of 150 years without becoming old or infirm, their subtle energy fields function in a totally different way because their physical bodies remain young and vital up to the very end. Your mind and your body are deeply impressed by the total climate and the psychological vibrations in which you live. If you live in a secular, ambitious, materialistic society, your energy will naturally remain confined to the lowest 3 chakras, because the whole society is obsessed only with food, money, power, and sex. Let us understand the structural relationship between these centers, because they function as pairs, balancing each other. The first 3 chakras, sex, hara, and solar plexus are your animal centers, concerned entirely with outer survival and biological reproduction. The upper three chakras, throat, third eye, and crown, are your divine centers, concerned entirely with inner consciousness and cosmic transcendence. And exactly in the middle is the heart, the fourth chakra, which is the balancing bridge between the lower and the higher. The first chakra, the sex center, is deeply connected with the fourth chakra, the heart center. Food and love are intimately related. They are two forms of the same nourishment. Food is nourishment for the gross physical body. Love is nourishment for the subtle spiritual body. If a child is given enough food but no love by his mother, his body may grow big and fat, but his spirit will remain retarded, crippled, and starved. He will suffer for his entire life because his heart center was never helped to open through a loving response. And because he misses love, he will become obsessed with food. He will start stuffing his body with food as a false substitute for the missing love. Have you not observed this in your own life? Whenever you are miserable, lonely, and unloved, you start eating too much. You want to fill your inner emptiness with physical food because you don't have the higher food available. But when you are deeply in love, your appetite disappears completely. You are so full, so overflowing with energy that you don't feel any hunger at all. A more subtle, more vital nourishment is filling your being from the inside. The old traditional religions understood this connection between food and love, but they used it in a very wrong, suppressive way. They insisted on fasting as a basic discipline for religious life. They said, if you fast, your sex obsession will disappear. They were right in a way, because if you don't give fuel to the physical body, the sex center cannot function. It becomes weak. But this is a very negative approach. By fasting, you are simply torturing your body, making your senses dull and dead. A food addict who starts fasting often becomes a fast addict. He remains obsessed with food. Even while fasting, he is continuously thinking about what to eat, when to eat, and how to eat. His whole mind remains food-centered. I don't insist on fasting. My method is far more subtle and natural. I insist on love. If you can become deeply loving, if your heart center can open and start streaming with energy, your obsession with food will disappear automatically. You will eat only as much as is needed for the healthy survival of the body, never more. You will not use food as an escape or a tranquilizer. The lower is naturally dropped when the higher becomes available. The second chakra, the hara, which is the center of death and power over others, is deeply related to the fifth center, the Vishuddha chakra, which is the center of spiritual expression and power over oneself. In the second center, you are a politician. You want to dominate people, you want to possess them, you want to show your egoistic superiority to the world. In the fifth center, you become a priest. You want to dominate yourself. You want to have a great self-control. You want to show your spiritual superiority. But in both cases, the basic urge is for power, for domination, for the ego. The politician and the priest are deep down in a conspiracy with each other because they both speak the same language of power. Tantra says, drop this domination completely. Don't try to dominate others and don't try to dominate yourself either, because any kind of domination strengthens your ego. A man who has great self-control through forced discipline becomes a tremendous egoist. He thinks he is a great saint because he can control his body, his desires, his hunger, his sleep. His ego becomes very refined, very subtle. And a refined ego is far more dangerous than a gross ego because it is very difficult to detect. Don't become a priest, become religious. A religious man does not dominate himself, he simply understands himself. Through understanding comes relaxation. Through relaxation comes a natural let go. The third chakra, the solar plexus, which is the center of your negative emotions, anger, hatred, jealousy, and greed, is deeply connected with the sixth center, the Agya chakra, the third eye. If your negative emotions are repressed and blocked at the solar plexus, your energy can never move up to the third eye. It will remain stuck there, boiling like a volcano. You must unblock your Manipura chakra by allowing your negative emotions to express themselves in a healthy, non-destructive way. Don't hide your anger behind a polite smile. Let it come out. Go into a room, beat the pillow, shout, scream, chop wood, run on the beach, do my dynamic meditations, and let the poison be thrown out of your system. Once the Manipura is relaxed and unburdened, the energy naturally starts flowing upward toward the third eye. When the energy reaches the third eye, the Agya chakra, you come to a great synthesis. The male and the female within you meet and merge into each other. The right hemisphere of your brain, which is feminine, intuitive, passive, and poetic, and the left hemisphere, which is male, logical, aggressive, and analytical, meet at the third eye and become one unified force. You are no longer divided. You are no more a house divided against itself. You become an individual, undivided, whole. And when you are whole, You are close to the ultimate flowering of the Sahasrar, the seventh chakra at the top of your head. The seventh center is the center of absolute rest, where all polarities vanish completely, where there is no man and no woman, no inner and no outer, no life and no death. You have come back to the primordial beginning, to the great emptiness, to the absolute bliss. To help this energy move beautifully from chakra to chakra, to keep your inner channels clean and streaming, you must bring a deep sensitivity and awareness to your body. If you feel that you are ready to take this inner work seriously, if you want to ground these subtle experiences in your daily life, consider purchasing our deep ebooks. They are written to provide you with an authentic, practical mirror for your subtle anatomy, helping you to understand the specific blockages of your energy fields. You can also become an active participant in our global spiritual revolution by clicking the join button or sharing a super thanks contribution. This is a magnificent way of keeping this stream of awareness flowing, helping us to create a physical sanctuary where thousands of Buddhas can gather and meditate together. Do write a comment sharing your insights about your own energy centers, like this video, and share it with those who are ready to rise above their ordinary biological limits. Man is a rainbow, I say, because he contains all the seven colors of existence within his subtle body. Each color represents a specific chakra, a specific note in the cosmic music of life. The lowest note is Muladhar, the sex center, and the highest note is Sahasrar, the divine center. Between these two are the 5 steps of your evolution. If you are stuck at the lowest 3 centers, you are living an animal life, completely unaware of your highest potential. A food-obsessed person is in the lowest category of existence. Like an amoeba that has no other organ but a mouth, that simply lives to eat and eats to live. A power-obsessed politician is just a little higher, trying to hide his inner inferiority by dominating others. A sexually obsessed person is the highest in the lower realm, because he at least tries to share his energy. He at least tries to create a relationship, a partnership with the other. But the real human being is born only at the 4th center, the Anahata, the heart chakra. When you can love, when you can feel, when you can have compassion, when you can cry and laugh spontaneously, then you are a human being. Then humanity has dawned in you. Below the heart, you are an animal. Above the heart, you become divine. The heart is the very bridge between the earth and the sky, between matter and spirit, between the beast and the Buddha. Never deny any chakra. Never repress any energy, because every chakra is an essential step in the ladder. If you destroy the first rung of the ladder thinking that it is low, you will never be able to reach the highest rung. The highest is supported by the lowest. The lotus flower is supported by the dirty mud of the pond. The mud is not against the lotus. The mud is the mother of the lotus. The mud contains the secret of the lotus. It provides the nourishment, the juice, the vitality. Without the mud, the lotus cannot exist for a single moment. Tantra says, do not condemn the mud of your sexuality. Do not condemn the mud of your anger. Do not condemn the mud of your greed. All these are given raw energies. They look ugly because they are in the seed form. When they are transformed, rearranged, brought into a deep harmony through awareness, the same mud becomes the golden flower. The same mud becomes the 1,000 petaled lotus of Sahasrar. The fragrance of your enlightenment comes from the very same mud that you used to condemn as sin. So accept your totality, be natural, be spontaneous, and let your energy circulate from chakra to chakra, rising higher and higher every day until you reach the ultimate home where there is only rest, absolute relaxation, and eternal bliss. Goodbye for now, my beloved Buddhas, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel, to leave a beautiful comment about your inner journey, and to share this message with those who are ready to awaken. This primal movement of life energy can be entered most directly through the science of your breath. Because breathing is the very bridge that connects your physical vehicle to the cosmic reality. You must realize that truth is not something to be created, invented, or sought after in some faraway future. It is already the case, completely present within you right here and now. But the mind is a chronic mechanism of desiring, always projecting its goals into tomorrow, always asking for something that is not present. Because the mind cannot exist in the present moment due to a total lack of spatial movement, it continuously drags you into the dead past or the imaginary future. The truth is always in the present, but the mind is always then and there. So there is no natural meeting between your mind and the reality of existence. When the mind starts seeking spiritual truth, the very effort becomes a beautiful piece of nonsense, because you are trying to find that which you already are. The moment you start seeking, you have already moved away from yourself, away from the present space. That is why the great masters have always said, seek not, otherwise you will miss it completely. Do not seek and find. If you are listening to these words with an open heart, you are already participating in an invisible, silent transfer of energy that goes far beyond mere words. This is not an intellectual lecture. It is an intimate communion, a sharing of the being. If you feel a deep, silent gratitude welling up within you as we move along this pathless path, take a moment to subscribe to this channel. Leave a beautiful comment about your own inner breakthroughs and share this video with those who are truly ready to let go of their old illusions. If you feel inspired to become an active pillar of this expanding spiritual family, consider supporting our work through our join feature or by offering a super thanks gift. This is a beautiful way of circulating your energy, an authentic gesture of love that helps us to maintain this oasis of consciousness and make these rare, hidden methods available to millions of searching souls across the earth. Our collection of deep ebooks is also available to help you stabilize these shifting inner currents, providing an existential map to help you ground your awareness in your daily life. All these techniques given by the ultimate source are designed simply to turn the mind from its frantic journeys into time and bring it back to the absolute presence of the here and now. If you try to achieve this through intellectual willpower, your mind will play a cunning trick on you. It will make desirelessness itself your new goal. It will make non-seeking your new ambition. Then you will start asking how not to desire, and you are back in the loop chasing a future concept of peace while missing the real peace that is already available. To bypass this intellectual trap, Tantra gives you pure, practical techniques that work directly on your bioenergy, particularly on your breathing mechanism. From the very moment of your birth to the last moment of your death, your breathing remains the only constant factor in your personality. Everything else changes: your body, your thoughts, your emotions, your relationships, your wealth, but you must continue to breathe to remain in the physical body. Breathing is a continuous flow where no gap is allowed by nature, because if you forget to breathe for a single minute, you will be no more. That is why your ego, your conscious will, is not required by nature to manage the breath. You go on breathing while you are fast asleep, while you are unconscious, or even when you fall into a deep coma. Your breath is a golden bridge between you and your body, and it is also the ultimate bridge between you and the entire universe. The physical body is just the material universe that has come closer to you, and the breath is the continuous thread that relates you to this vast space and time. If you can learn the secret of being aware at certain key points within this breathing process, you can easily transcend your physical limitations, transcend time and space, and enter into the very source of life itself. You must realize that your breath has two distinct poles. One is where it touches the material universe and your body, and the other is where it touches your formless essence, that which transcends the universe completely. Ordinarily, you are only aware of the outer part of the bridge, where the air enters your nostrils and passes into the chest. But if you can become aware of the other pole, the inner end of the bridge, you will be suddenly transplanted into a totally different dimension of reality. The first technique given by Shiva to Devi is incredibly simple, yet it contains the potential for a sudden, explosive awakening. He says, "Radiant One, this experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in, that is down, and just before turning up, that is out. There is the beneficence. Watch this process with absolute clarity. When your breath comes in, follow it with your awareness. Don't move ahead of it. Don't follow behind it like a shadow. Remain simultaneous with it. Let your consciousness and the breath become a single flow. The breath moves down, down, down into your pelvic area, and then there is a certain point where it stops completely. For a thousandth part of a moment, there is no breathing at all. The incoming breath has ended and the outgoing breath has not yet started. In that minute gap, you are neither breathing in nor breathing out. In that minute gap, Shiva says, is the beneficence. If you can be aware at this precise interval, you will suddenly realize your true nature. Because when you are not breathing, you are out of this material world of space and time. You are still there, but you are completely disjoined from the machine of your body and mind. For Tantra, each outgoing breath is a small death, and each incoming breath is a fresh rebirth. With each breath, you are constantly dying and being born again. The gap between the two is of a very short duration, but a keen, sincere, relaxed observation will make you feel it. If you can taste that gap even for a single moment, nothing else is needed. You are blessed. You have arrived home. Gautam Buddha used this identical method as the very foundation of his entire teaching. A method known in Buddhist tradition as Anapanasati Yoga. Buddha's own supreme enlightenment under the Bodhi tree happened through this technique and nothing else. But Buddha because he was dealing with very ordinary, uneducated people, never mentioned the gap explicitly to his disciples. He was afraid that if he talked about the interval between the two breaths, people would become greedy for it, they would become goal oriented, and they would start jumping ahead of the breath to catch the gap, thereby destroying their natural awareness. So Buddha simply said, be aware of your breath as it is. When it comes in, know it is coming in, and when it goes out, know it is going out. He left out the description of the gap because he knew that if your awareness becomes deep, intense, and perfectly bracketed, you are bound to stumble upon the gap automatically. When your whole world is confined only to the incoming and outgoing breath, how can you remain unaware? When the breath suddenly stops, you will feel it instantly, and in that stopping is the full blooming of your Buddhahood. The second technique is very similar, but the emphasis shifts from the gap to the very turning point of the breath. Shiva says, as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize you must understand that your breathing is not like two parallel lines moving up and down. Parallel lines never meet anywhere. So if your breathing were two parallel lines, the incoming breath would never become the outgoing breath. Breathing is a continuous circle. The incoming breath is half of the circle, and the outgoing breath is the other half of the circle. Therefore, there must be a curve, a precise turning point where the incoming energy changes its direction and becomes outgoing energy. Why does Shiva place such tremendous emphasis on this turning point? If you know how to drive a car, you know that whenever you change the gear from the first to the second or from the second to the third, the gear must pass through a neutral zone. That neutral territory is not a gear at all, but without passing through it, the gear cannot be changed. When your breath takes a turn from down to up, it passes through this neutral gear of your existence. In that neutral zone, you are neither a physical body nor a mental mechanism. You are neither male nor female, neither good nor bad. You are simply a pure, simple, unembodied isness. Man is a highly complicated machine with millions of automatic gears running silently within his system. And because you are totally identified with the machine, you have become a slave to it. But if you can catch the precise moment when the gear is being changed, you are suddenly out of the machine. You are in the neutral space, and in that space, Shiva says, realize. To realize this turn, you will need a very minute, very sharp capacity for observation. But right now, you don't have any observing capacity at all. Your mind is like a restless monkey, constantly jumping from one branch to another, never sitting still, even for a single moment. If I give you a beautiful rose flower and tell you to just observe it, you cannot do it. For a single second, you will look at the flower, and then immediately your mind will start verbalizing about it. You will say, "How beautiful it is! It is red, it is fresh. I should buy some for my house." And you have already moved away from the flower. Now the flower is no longer in your field of observation. You are caught in your own memories and projections. Pure observation means remaining with the object without a single word, without any inner bubbling, without any interpretation, just remaining totally with that which is. If you can remain with a flower for 3 minutes completely, without a single thought moving in your mind, the miracle will happen. You will realize the divine. In Japan, they have developed a beautiful method of meditation based entirely on this non-moving posture known as zazen. Zazen simply means just sitting and doing nothing. You sit like a marble statue, completely dead to the outside world, not allowing a single movement in your body or your limbs. But you don't need to waste years sitting like a statue. If you can simply observe the turning point of your breath without any movement of the mind, you will enter into the ultimate depth of your being. In that turning point, the breath leaves you for a split second to change its direction. It was with you when it was moving down. It will be with you again when it moves up. But at the very point of the turn, it is separate from you, and you are separate from it. If breath is your physical life, in that moment you are dead. If breath is your mind, in that moment you are a no mind. If you stop your breath right now, your thinking will stop instantly, because a moving mind requires a moving breath. They are deeply joined together, but at the turn they are naturally disjoined. And in that gap, you can easily see who you are. Who is the master living inside this house of the flesh? The third technique goes even deeper into this central source. Shiva says, or whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. We are all divided into a center and a periphery. The physical body, our sense organs, our ordinary actions, they are all part of the periphery, the circumference. We know the circumference perfectly well, but we are completely oblivious of where our center is located. When the incoming breath and the outgoing breath fuse together, when they become so completely one that you cannot demarcate whether the breath is going out or coming in, that precise point of fusion is your inner center. Taoist and Zen mystics have always insisted that the head is not your center, The heart is not your center. Your true center is located at the navel, a center they call the hara. When you breathe naturally, the breath goes straight down to the navel, touches the center, and then moves out. If you observe a small baby sleeping on his back, you will see the true natural way of breathing. His chest remains completely unaffected, peaceful, but his abdomen moves up and down like a dynamic spring with each breath. The baby is perfectly centered in his hara. That is why a baby is so full of vital energy, so overflowing with joy, so deeply in the present moment, without any past or future. If a baby gets angry, he becomes total anger. His whole face becomes radiant, beautiful, and fiery, because totality always has a grandeur of its own. But as you grow up, your breathing becomes shallow. It gets stuck at the chest and never goes down to touch the navel center. Why does your breathing become so shallow as you grow civilized? Because you are terrified of your center. If you go deep to the center, you will become total in all your expressions. And the society does not want you to be total. If you are total, you cannot be controlled. You cannot be manipulated into a safe, obedient slave. The society wants you to remain fragmentary, mediocre, and half dead, so it teaches you to suppress your natural energies. Particularly, the society is terrified of your sexual energy, which is located just near the hara center. When a child naturally touches his own sexual organs out of innocent curiosity, the parents immediately shout, "Stop, don't touch." In that very moment of fear, the child's breathing becomes shallow automatically, because it is not just his hand that is touching the organ deep within. The breath is massaging the sex center. If the breath goes down deeply to touch the navel, the sex center becomes highly alive, vital, and dynamic, and it becomes impossible to control the child through moralistic guilt. So, to remain respectable, civilized, and normal, you create a physical block. You don't allow your breath to go below the chest. You live at the minimum level of your energy, dry, exhausted, and tense. And then you ask why your life feels so lifeless. Shiva says, throw away this suppressive mechanism and let your breathing go deep down to the center. Touch the fusion point where the two breaths become one, and at that very instant you will touch the energy-less, energy-filled center of your being. Why does he use this paradoxical phrase, energy-less and energy-filled? It is energy-less because your small egoistic energy, your motivated, goal-oriented activity is no longer there. It is completely quiet, passive, a total vacuum, and it is energy-filled because the moment your small egoistic energy disappears, the infinite cosmic energy of the universe rushes in to fill the vacuum. You become a white hole of pure divinity. The fourth technique enters into the realm of absolute emergency. Shiva says, or let breath be all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped in such universal pause, one small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. You can experience this sudden pause sometimes in ordinary life during a great crisis. You are driving your car at a high speed and suddenly you see another car heading straight toward you. A collision is inevitable within a single second. In that precise moment of supreme emergency, your breathing will stop automatically. If it is out, it will remain out. If it is in, it will remain in. You cannot afford to breathe in such an emergency. Your entire mechanical routine drops away instantly. Your name, your bank balance, your prestige, your identity, the whole small self vanishes in a single flash. You are just a pure, naked awareness facing reality. If you know the secret of this technique, you can use that sudden pause to take a total jump into the infinite. Zen masters in Japan have used this fourth technique of Shiva in very weird, inconceivable ways to create a sudden pause for their disciples. A disciple is sitting quietly with the master, talking about some philosophical problems, expecting a beautiful logical answer, and suddenly, without any rhyme or reason, the master takes his heavy wooden staff and hits the disciple on the head or throws him out of the window into the garden. The disciple is shocked completely. His mind cannot understand what is happening because there is no causality to it. If he had abused the master and the master had hit him, the mind would understand it as a reaction and there would be no gap. But this is totally unexpected, irrational, absurd. In that utter shock, the mind stops completely, the breathing stops, a universal pause happens within his being, and if he has a little bit of readiness, he becomes enlightened in that very second. He comes out of his grave, a totally reborn Buddha. But Shiva says, this is difficult only for the impure. Why is it difficult for the impure? And who is the pure one? For Tantra, purity does not mean a cultivated, respectable character. Purity means total innocence. A mind without any divisions, without any definitions, without any choices, without any desires. If your mind is innocently pure, like a small child, you don't need a master to hit you with a staff or throw you out of the window. You can just be sitting silently doing nothing, and suddenly, because there is no desire taking you away into the future, your breathing will stop on its own accord. The pause will happen naturally, effortlessly, because there is no mind energy moving anywhere. In that universal pause, your small egoistic self vanishes like a shadow, and you are filled with the supreme reality of existence. If you can practice this inner stillness, if you can become friendly with your breathing mechanism and look into these gaps, your whole life will be filled with a great unearthly light. But remember, the mind will go on creating 1,001 barriers for you. It will say, "This is too simple to be true." It will say, "You don't have enough time to give 40 minutes to a silent sitting." It will tell you to postpone it for the future when your financial problems are settled, or when you are old and have nothing else to do. Do not trust your mind. Your mind is your only enemy, a chronic deceiver that has kept you in a deep hypnosis for lives together. If you want to be a real sannyasin, a true seeker, start doubting your own mind first. Whenever your mind gives you a beautiful rationalization for not meditating, think twice. Ask it again and again. Is this the truth, or are you just trying to escape from reality? To support this inner surgery, to clear your system of all the heavy blocks that are preventing your energy from moving upward, you must bring a deep passion and intensity to your work. If you feel that you are ready to make this commitment, to move from a second-hand borrowed life into a first-hand authentic existence, consider utilizing our join feature or offering a super thanks as an expression of your energy sharing. This directly helps us to build the new commune, a physical home for all the Buddhas, where all these 112 techniques can be practiced in a supportive, highly vibrant climate. Our collection of deep e-books is also available to give you a clear existential insight into these hidden dimensions of your vital energy. Do leave a beautiful comment sharing your experience with these breathing techniques. And share this video with those who are truly ready to wake up. The fifth technique is the very method that was given to the great Greek philosopher Pythagoras when he traveled to Egypt to enter a secret school of mysticism. He was a man of immense intellect, the best mind ever produced by Greece, but the masters of the school refused him entry. They told him, "We are not interested in your knowledge, we are interested only in actual lived experience. And unless you go through a 40-day fast, breathing with absolute awareness on certain points, you cannot enter this house." Pythagoras had to change his whole center of being from the head to the heart through this purification. He came out of it a completely reborn man, an existential seer, and he carried this very technique back to Greece, becoming the father of all Western mysticism. The technique is attention between the eyebrows. Let mind be before thought. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. Modern physiological research has recently discovered that exactly between your two eyebrows is the most mysterious gland of the body, known as the pineal gland. This is what the Tibetans call the third eye, the Shivanetra, the eye of the ultimate awakening. This eye is present in everyone, but it remains non-functioning, closed naturally. You have to do something to open it, and this technique is the master key to open the third eye. Close your eyes and focus both of your eyes just in the middle of your eyebrows, as if you are looking at that precise point with your closed eyes. Give your total attention to it. This gland absorbs attention like a great magnet. It is highly magnetic for your consciousness. If you bring your focus near it, your eyes will suddenly become fixed, hypnotized by the gland itself, and it will become very difficult to move them away. The moment your attention is captured by the third eye, a strange phenomenon happens. For the first time in your life, you become the detached witness of your thoughts. You see thoughts running before you like a movie on a screen or like clouds moving in the sky, and you are just an observer sitting at the window, completely aloof, separate, and different. If anger comes, you see the cloud of anger surrounding you, but you know that you are not the anger. The thought loses all its power over you. It cannot affect you because you are no longer identified with it. And the second thing that happens through this focus is that you become capable of seeing the very essence of breath, not the air, but the prana, the vital energy that moves riding on the air. Air is just the material container. Prana is the non-material content, the elan vital. When you are focused at the third eye, you can feel this subtle essence of life entering your body with each breath. And when you feel it, Shiva says, let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. Just imagine that this golden essence of prana is filling your whole head, particularly the Sahasrara center at the crown of your head. And from there, it is showering all over your being as a cascade of pure, cool, unearthly light. In that very moment of imagination, because your attention is at the third eye, where imagination and actualization are not two separate things, it happens instantly. You are bathed in a cosmic shower, completely purified, completely transformed, and born anew into the world of immortality. This inner radiance that showers down from the third eye does not remain confined to a single spot. It begins to flood the 7 distinct layers of your body, illuminating the entire spectrum of your existence. You must understand that you are not just a single physical entity. You are a nested series of 7 subtle bodies, layer upon layer, sheath upon sheath, like an onion. The grossest body is the physical, the food body, which is made of the earth and must eventually return to the earth. It is the visible vehicle, the outermost layer of the rainbow. But hidden right behind it is the second body, the etheric body, the body of bioenergy, of fluid life force. When your awareness deepens through these breathing methods, you transcend the physical and enter the etheric. The energy here moves like a subtle light, cool and tranquil. If you live deeply in the second body, you become aware of natural influences, attractions, and repulsions. You can feel the aura of people, the energy fields of trees, and the cosmic waves of the moon. Beyond the etheric lies the third body, the astral body, which exists as a field of cosmic magnetism. Its breath is the coming in and going out of magnetic force fields. One moment you feel immensely powerful, and the next moment you feel completely powerless. One moment you are full of hope, and the next moment you sink into hopelessness. This is the natural tidal movement of the third body. If you become a detached witness to this inner magnetism, you transcend both power and powerlessness. And then you become aware of the fourth body, the mental body. The mental body is the realm of thoughts, where ideas come in and go out like clouds in the inner sky. The fifth body is the spiritual body, where life itself is the atmosphere. Here, the incoming energy is life, and the outgoing energy is death. When you transcend the fifth body, you enter the sixth, the cosmic body, where the polarity takes the form of cosmic creation and absolute destruction. And beyond the sixth lies the seventh body, the nirvanic body, the body of ultimate enlightenment, where there is only pure being and non-being. To understand these 7 layers of your existence is to understand the complete rainbow that you are. Each layer corresponds to a specific chakra, and each chakra vibrates with a specific color of the cosmic spectrum. Man is a rainbow because he contains all the 7 colors together. That is his supreme beauty, and that is his essential problem too. The lowest center, the sex center, is associated with the color red. Red is the color of the earth, the color of blood, the color of raw animal energy, passion, and survival. It is the heaviest, most gross color in the spectrum. If you remain stuck at the first center, your life will be nothing but a mechanical routine of eating, working, and sleeping. You will remain a food obsessed or sex obsessed entity, never realizing the higher vertical dimensions of your reality. As the vital energy begins to melt and move upward from the root center, it enters the second center, the hara, which vibrates with the color orange. Orange is the color of transition, the color of fire that can either burn you in worldly shame or purify you for the inner journey. It is the center of death and inner power. Moving further upward, the energy enters the third center, the solar plexus, which radiates with the color yellow. Yellow is the color of sunshine, the color of raw intelligence. But when it is blocked by repressed negative emotions, it becomes cloudy and dark. When the solar plexus is unblocked through catharsis and awareness, the energy rises to the heart center, the anahata, which blooms with the color green. Green is the color of nature, the color of fertility, balance, and unconditional love. Love is green because it brings a natural, vibrant blossoming to your spirit. When the energy rises above the heart, it enters the fifth center, the Vishuddha chakra in the throat, which vibrates with the color blue. Blue is the color of the sky, the color of space, communication, and pure, authentic creativity. At the sixth center, the third eye, the color becomes indigo, deep, mysterious, and silent, like the sky just before the dawn. And at the seventh center, the Sahasrar at the top of your head, all colors merge and disappear into pure white light or violet, which is the ultimate spiritual note, where the rainbow completes its full circle and returns to the great emptiness of the primordial beginning. If you can feel a deep, silent harmony arising within your system as you listen to this map of colors and bodies, realize that this is not a theoretical philosophy to be stored in your memory, but an existential reality to be lived and experienced. As you move along this path of inner alignment, you are always welcome to support our global work and become an active pillar of this expanding spiritual home by using our join feature or by offering a super thanks contribution. This is an authentic sharing of your energy, a beautiful response of love that helps us to maintain this oasis of consciousness and make these hidden methods available to thousands of searching souls across the earth. We also have a collection of deep e-books available to help you ground these transformations in your daily life, offering practical methods to balance your subtle bodies. Do write a beautiful comment sharing your own experience of the inner light, like this video, and share it with those who are ready to rise above their frozen structures. To live a natural life means to allow all these seven colors to form a beautiful symphony within your being. Do not deny any color. Do not repress any chakra, because every center is an essential step in the cosmic ladder. If you deny the lowest center, the sex center, because the priests have told you it is sinful, you are destroying the very foundation of your house. Sex is the root, and samadhi is the ultimate flower. The flower cannot exist without the root. It receives its juice, its vitality, its life from the root. If you compress and paralyze the root, your whole ladder will collapse, and you will become a dry, dead, unalive stump. Tantra says, accept the root, accept the mud, because only out of the dirty mud of your ordinary life can the beautiful lotus of consciousness bloom. The ordinary religious people have always been against nature because they are afraid of the wildness of existence. They want everything to be clean, artificial, and well behaved, like a plastic garden. But a plastic garden has no life, it cannot grow, it cannot release any fragrance to the winds. Tantra loves the wild forest, the unchannelized river, the unpredictable movement of existence. Tantra says, live naturally, live according to your own inner law, not according to any laws imposed from the outside by the society or the politicians. If you are angry, let the anger be there totally, but remain fully alert, fully aware of it. Don't wear a false mask of politeness. Don't pretend to be a saint when you are boiling with rage inside. This pretension is the real impurity. It splits your personality into 100 fragments, and you become a walking civil war. When you are fragmented, you live a life of constant reaction, not of spontaneous response. You see a rose flower and you don't really see it. Your mind immediately brings a pre-programmed word out of your past memory and says, "It is beautiful." This is not your response. This is just a dead cliche repeated by your habit mechanism. This is not your response. A real response is when you look at the flower with empty eyes, with a completely silent mind, without any labels, without any words. You simply look, you become available to the flower, and the flower becomes available to you. A deep communion happens between your being and the being of the flower. And in that communion, you are thrilled. You are filled with a sudden, uncaused joy. This is responsibility. the capacity to respond to the present moment freshly, spontaneously, as a whole being, not as a machine. If you live through habits, you are living in the past, and the past is dead. The only real life is in the present, in the here and now. But to live in the here now, you must learn the art of total relaxation, the art of let go. And let go is possible only when you accept yourself unconditionally, exactly as you are. If you want to change yourself into something else, if you have an ideal of how you should be, you can never relax. The ideal will always create a tension between your reality and your imagination. You are violent and you want to become non-violent, so you create a continuous friction within your soul. In the very effort to become non-violent, you will be violent with yourself. You will torture your body. You will suppress your instincts and you will become a perverted egoist. Tantra says, drop all ideals, drop all shoulds and shouldn'ts, and just remain with the fact of what you are. If you are violent, accept it totally. Look into your violence. Move deep to its very roots with full awareness and see how it functions, from where it arises, what its mechanism is. Don't try to escape from it into some beautiful dream of non-violence. If you can remain with your violence silently, watching it without any condemnation, a great alchemical mutation happens. The violence dissolves on its own accord, and its raw energy is transformed into pure compassion. The mud has become a lotus flower, and you cannot find a single trace of the ugly mud in the fragrance of the rose petals. This total acceptance of your nature is the first requirement for entering the inner castle of your being. It is a very difficult step because your entire upbringing has been based on self-condemnation, on guilt, on fear. You have been taught by the priests and the moralists that you are born in sin, that you are naturally bad, and that unless they discipline you, you will remain an animal. They have made you completely dependent on their churches, on their scriptures, on their ready-made answers. They have killed your natural intelligence and given you a false plastic intellect. They have made you afraid of your own energy, afraid of your own life force. If you feel a strong urge to break out of this ancient hypnosis and reclaim your original face, consider that this work is happening here every day to help you do exactly that. If you wish to align your energy with our global family and support the physical manifestation of our new commune, you are always welcome to click the join button or share a super thanks contribution. Your material support allows us to protect this sacred space of rebellion and make these existential methods available to millions of searching souls around the earth. Our deep ebooks are also available to give you a clear, uncompromised map of your inner transformation, helping you to move from the world of doing to the world of pure being. Do write a beautiful comment sharing your insights about your own inner alignment, and share this video with those who are ready to drop their false masks. When you accept your nature totally, your ego can no longer find any ground to stand on. The ego lives only through conflict, through choice, through ideals, through non-acceptance. When you say, I am violent, I am sexual, I am greedy, and you accept it as a given fact of your biological reality, the ego falls down immediately because it can no longer pretend to be superior. It can no longer wear a saintly mask. You become like a small child again, innocent, transparent, and simple. In that absolute innocence, you are thrown back to your true center, the navel chakra, the hara, the very source of your life and death. Ordinarily, you live completely off center, in the head, which is the farthest center from your being. The head is a social product, a collection of borrowed words and dead memories forced upon you by the education system. From the head, you can only look at the world through the colored glasses of your knowledge, creating continuous problems and misinterpretations. You have forgotten how to feel from the heart, and you have completely forgotten how to be from the navel. You live on the periphery, drifting like a rootless cloud, always tense, anxious, and bored. Tantra says, let your energy move backward from the head to the heart and from the heart to the navel. When you are in love, the energy naturally drops from the head to the heart center. For a few moments, the horizontal time stops and you enter the vertical dimension of eternity. You are completely relaxed, peaceful, and full of silent joy because you have touched your being. But this love orgasm with another person can only be a fleeting glimpse, a momentary intoxication, because it depends on an outer object, and the outer object can never completely fit with your inner image. Sooner or later, the infatuation wears out, the dissimilarities become apparent, and the marriage turns into an ugly politics of domination and possessiveness. The only way to find an eternal, uninterrupted joy is to transform your outer love into an inner meditation. This is the supreme secret of Tantra alchemy. To produce a sexual intercourse within your own subtle body, between your inner man and your inner woman. You must understand that your first center, the Muladhar, is male in man and female in woman. And the second center, the Hara, is female in man and male in woman. They are polar opposites within your own system, waiting to meet and merge into each other. When you are making love to your outer partner, Tantra says, don't remain focused on the outside. Close your eyes, become completely silent, and use that stirred bioenergy to look inward. Let your consciousness move to the very roots of the sensation. In that climactic moment of total harmony, an inner door opens and your male center moves to meet your female center inside. A great cosmic cohesion takes place within your own house, and the energy released from this first meeting rises up to hit the higher centers. The Manipura meets the Anahata, the Vishuddha meets the Agya, and finally, the two polarities dissolve completely into the Sahasrar, the crown chakra. When the inner man and the inner woman melt into each other utterly, you are no longer a split personality. You are no longer a chaotic crowd. You become a perfectly integrated individual, a unified whole. And the paradox is that the moment you become a true individual, you realize that you are the universal. You are no longer separate from the existence. You are no longer an island. You are the very ocean itself. The world of your small ego, your worries, your anxieties, your dualities, falls down like a house of cards. You move in the world as a pure presence, a magnificent witness, living each moment in its total abundance and celebration. To arrive at this ultimate integration, you must practice these 5 techniques of attentiveness with total sincerity, with utmost devotion. When you are being caressed by your lover, enter the caressing as everlasting life. Forget the actor, become the act itself. Don't be the kisser or the kissed, be the kiss. When you feel the minor, trivial creeping of an ant on your skin, use that emergency to stop all the doors of your senses instantly. Stop your breath for a single moment. Close your eyes. Close your ears. Become like a cold stone statue, a windowless monad completely shut to the physical world. Suddenly you will see that the pain, the creeping, the body itself has moved far away, happening to someone else, and you are left alone, deeply centered in your own pure being. When you are lying on your bed or sitting on a seat, let yourself become absolutely weightless, beyond all mind. Weight is a quality of the physical body, a result of the material law of gravitation. But your consciousness is completely weightless, immaterial, and pure. If you can relax your spine, Sit in a balanced lotus posture where the pull of gravitation is at its minimum, and continuously suggest to yourself that you are weightless. A moment comes when suddenly your body disappears from your awareness. You enter into a different realm of bodilessness, pulled upward by the cosmic law of grace. You are filled with an unearthly coolness, a virgin freshness that can never be corrupted by the outside world. Remember, these methods are atomic formulas, very small in their linguistic structure, but immensely explosive in their existential results. They don't require any long, gradual processing if you are ready to drop your mind right now. The only thing that takes time is your own resistance, your own clever tricks to postpone the execution of the technique. Your mind will go on telling you that you are not ready, that you need more knowledge, that you need a better situation, but don't listen to its voice. Be skeptical about your own mind, doubt its guidance completely, and start experimenting with these methods with a fresh, innocent, and daring heart. The treasure is already there. The golden flower is ready to open its petals. You just have to turn the key of your awareness and enter into your true home. This ultimate crystallization of your inner light brings you to the very doorstep of the seventh temple, the Sahasrar, where the final, most marvelous circulation happens completely on its own accord. Until now, you have been working from the outside on what lies within. You have been using deliberate methods, conscious effort, and active meditation to melt the frozen ice of your mind. But at this highest peak of your evolutionary journey, the whole relationship is totally reversed. Hitherto, it was a service in aid of the Master. Now, it is a dissemination of the commands of the Master. You no longer need to practice any technique. You no longer need to force any circulation, because you are no longer the doer. You simply stay in the center and rule what is eternal. The wheel of your outer life may go on moving on the circumference, but you are completely anchored at the unmoving axis of the cyclone. You have become an absolute absence as a separate persona. And because of this absence, an infinite, radiant presence has taken total possession of your being. If you want to penetrate into these most subtle, transcendental regions of your soul, you must see to it that your body and heart are completely controlled, that you are quite free and at ease, letting go of all inner entanglements, utterly untroubled by the slightest excitement, and with the heavenly heart exactly in the middle. When this rotating light shines towards what is within, it does not develop any dependence on outside things. The energy of the dark is permanently fixed, and the golden flower shines concentratedly. This is what Master Lutzu calls the collected light of polarity. It is the supreme union where all related things within you attract each other inseparably. The polarized light line of your abysmal depths presses upward, and it is no longer just a small, isolated light in the abyss, but it is creative light meeting creative light. As soon as these two supreme substances meet each other within your heavenly heart, they unite inseparably, and there develops an unceasing eternal life. It comes and goes, rises and falls entirely of itself in the house of your primal energy. In this state of total inner intercourse, you become aware of an absolute effulgence and infinity. The whole body feels so light, so weightless, that you feel as if you would like to fly into the sky. This is the exact state of which the ancient Taoist masters said, "Clouds fill the 1,000 mountains." Gradually this cosmic energy goes to and fro quite softly. It rises and falls imperceptibly. A moment comes when your ordinary pulse stands still and your physical breathing stops completely. This is the supreme moment of true creative union, the state of which it is said, "The moon gathers up the 10,000 waters." In the midst of this absolute inner darkness, where your old mind has died completely, the heavenly heart suddenly begins a new, non-mechanical movement. This is the return of the one light, the time when the spiritual child comes to life within you. You are resurrected. When this inner child is born, you are born anew as a Buddha, as a Christ, as a total realization of existence. But the human mind is so stupid, so deeply attached to its miseries and bondages, that even when it hears about this ultimate freedom, it becomes terrified. It wants to know if there is any shortcut. It wants to know if this can be achieved without losing the ego. It is impossible. You cannot have both your small, rotten ego and the infinite ocean of godliness. You have to choose. If you choose the ego, you choose a daily life of anxiety, tension, madness, and ultimate death. If you choose to drop the ego, you choose a life of eternal bliss, of unconditional celebration, of absolute freedom. But people are so drugged by their past conditionings, so hypnotized by their priests and politicians, that they go on choosing the ego again and again. They go on polishing their false masks. their public personalities, while their true, authentic essence remains completely starved in the dark basement of their souls. I have heard a very beautiful story about an old king who had lived a tremendously successful worldly life. He had fought many wars, conquered many countries, accumulated immense wealth, and his name was feared all over the earth. But as he grew old, near the age of 70, he suddenly realized that death was approaching, and his heart became filled with a deep, dark despair. He looked at his beautiful palace, his golden crown, his vast treasuries, and he saw that they were all completely empty of meaning. They could not protect him from death. They could not give him a single moment of true peace. He became so desperate that he could not sleep, he could not eat, he was constantly trembling with fear. He called all his wise men, all his court philosophers, all his priests, and he said to them, I am going on a long journey into the unknown, and I don't know where I am going. Tell me how to prepare for this journey. Tell me what to take with me so that I am not a beggar in the other world. All his philosophers started looking into their big books, analyzing scriptures, quoting old dogmas, but they could not give a single practical answer. Their words were dead, their knowledge was borrowed, they themselves were as much afraid of death as the king. Seeing their helplessness, the king became even more frustrated. Then his old clever jester, who had been sitting in the corner playing with a wooden staff, came forward. He put the wooden staff into the king's hand and said, Take this staff, your majesty. Many years ago you gave me this staff and told me to keep it until I found a greater fool than myself. Today I have found him. You have lived your whole life accumulating things that death is going to take away from you within a few days. And you have not made a single bit of preparation for your eternal home. Surely you are the greatest fool on this earth. So take this staff back. It belongs only to you. This is the exact situation of the majority of humanity. You go on working like a slave in the marketplace, accumulating colored stones and seashells on the beach, and you think you are doing something very significant. You waste your precious life energy in trivialities, in vain preoccupations, in mechanical habits, and you never look into your own house to find the hidden treasure. Your whole life is an absent-minded sleepwalking, and then death comes and shatters all your dreams in a single split second. If you want to get out of this miserable condition, you must gather your total energy right now and make a sincere commitment to your inner awakening. It is a hard task, it is an uphill journey, but it is the only thing that can bring a true fruition to your life. As you start moving inwards, as you begin to practice these secret methods of circulating the light, many beautiful confirmatory signs will start appearing within your consciousness to show you that you are on the right path. The first sign is that you will hear the presence of the gods in the valley. You may be sitting in the middle of a noisy marketplace, doing your ordinary business, but a great distance will arise between you and the noises around you. You will hear men talking as though at a distance of several hundred paces, each voice quite clear, quite distinct, but the sounds will all be like an echo in a valley. Your inner core will remain absolutely silent, tranquil, untouched by the outer noise. You will be able to hear everything around you, but you will never hear your own inner noise because your mind has become completely silent. This is a very favorable sign. It shows that your light energy has started moving inward and upward, away from the gross material world. The second sign is that in your empty chamber it grows light. When your ego disappears through total relaxation and let go, your inner house becomes completely vacant, empty, a void. In that very emptiness, a great, magnificent light blazes up from your eyes. It is a sourceless light, an eternal light that has no cause, so it can never be extinguished. When this light burns bright within you, everything before you becomes quite bright, as if you were living in a radiant cloud of fire. If you open your eyes in this moment and try to find your physical fleshly body, you will not be able to find it anymore. You will see only a cloud of light, a beautiful luminous aura surrounding your existence. Inside and outside, everything becomes equally light, equally transparent, equally divine. The third sign is that your spirit returns and touches heaven. As you sit in deep meditation, your fleshly body becomes quite shining, like pure silk or jade. It becomes very difficult to remain sitting on the ground. You feel as if you are being drawn upward by a tremendous, invisible force of grace. Your body feels completely weightless, because weight belongs only to matter, and you have transcended matter completely. You have become a weightless consciousness, an open sky with no boundaries, no limitations. In time, as your concentrated work matures after 100 days of intense total effort, you can experience it in such a way that your subtle body really floats upward into the celestial space. This is the crystallization of your golden flower. But remember, When these confirmatory experiences start happening to you, don't become proud, don't start bragging about them to others, and don't be satisfied too soon. These are just milestones on the path. They are not the ultimate goal. The ego is very cunning. It can pounce upon these beautiful spiritual experiences and turn them into food for itself. It can make you feel that you have become a great saint, a superior yogi, holier than others. The moment the ego enters, your light will be scattered immediately and you will fall back into the dark world of dry wood and dead ashes. Keep your experiences a deep secret within your own heart. Don't speak about them to anybody except your master, because only he can understand your inner language. For others, it will look like a madness, an illusion, a hallucination, and their skeptical, materialistic minds will try to pull you down into their own cold darkness. To keep this inner light circulating continuously, you must not give up your ordinary occupations in the world. This is one of the most marvelous secrets of Tao. Don't become an escapist. When occupations come to you, accept them totally. When things come to you, understand them from the very ground up. If your worldly work is handled with correct thoughts, with absolute mindfulness and passive witnessing, your inner light is never scattered by outside things, but it circulates according to its own eternal law. Even while you are working in your office, or selling goods in your shop, or cooking food in your kitchen, you can maintain this backward flowing movement of the light. Let the body do the work as a reflex, like a beautiful, spontaneous dance. But keep your heavenly heart exactly in the middle, untouched, unmoved, completely centered in your own being. This is the first secret, the supreme magic of action through non-action. If you can practice this inside your ordinary daily life, you will be creating a magnificent synthesis within your soul. You will be a householder on the outside and a sannyasin on the inside. You will use the world as your laboratory to sharpen your awareness, to strengthen your integration, and when you are completely in order within yourself, the whole existence falls into a deep harmony with you. If you are in harmony, the drought must yield place to the rain, and blessings will start showering on you like golden blossoms out of nowhere. You become a bodhisattva, a redeemer of all living creatures, because your joy is so much, your bliss is so overflowing that you cannot contain it within yourself. You have to share it with the whole universe. This work of inner resurrection, of melting your frozen mind and recreating yourself as a Buddha, is the only real purpose of your existence. If you are here around me in this ashram, remember that I mean business here. I am not interested in your intellectual questions. I am not interested in your philosophical curiosities. I am here to help you to die so that you can be born again. I am here to shatter your prison cells, to burn your house of dreams, to use my sledgehammer on your proud, knowledgeable heads. If you are ready for this total destruction, then only can you be my people. It is a dangerous path, a path of great risk, but it is the only path that leads to life abundant, to life eternal. As we reach to the final integration of this text, look into your own heart with absolute sincerity. If you feel that your inner candle has been lit by my presence, if you can feel that your long, deep sleep is beginning to shatter, don't pull yourself back into the old frozen comfort out of fear. Welcome the chaos, welcome the transformation. To support this great spiritual work and to help us build the new commune, a true oasis where thousands of sannyasins can live. This vertical life of celebration and meditation, I urge you to become a dynamic part of our family. You can hit the subscribe button right now to never miss this stream of consciousness. Leave a deep, heartfelt comment sharing your own experience of this inner light, and share this video with all those who are thirsty for the truth. You can also express your deep gratitude and support our work by using the join button to become a member, or by sending a super thanks gift. This material support is an essential gesture of love that allows us to keep this light burning for future generations of seekers. You can also access our specially crafted ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, through the links provided in the description below to ground these esoteric secrets in your daily life.